Okay, we're live immediately, like normal. We're live early, actually, by 20 minutes, because I'm trying to avoid going into waiting mode, as I so often do, being a bipolar man who potentially has undiagnosed ADHD. But that's between me and my psychiatrist, who won't pick up my phone calls. Today, we have 6 people, and probably at least one more that I've forgotten to put onto the schedule for today. So let me drop the order. Did I dox anybody? What's happening, Troper? How are you doing, my friend? I don't think we doxed anybody. So we're going live 20 minutes early. Guess who called off of work because they feel like death? I understand you have to say that legally, but I'm glad you're here for the stream, Troper. I hope you feel better soon. What's up, Relic? What's up, Spence? How you doing, Red? Hello, Shades. Hello, Renacide. So Renacide, you're on the list for today. So we're still looking for... We're both going to do Jarthur first because we are obeying the order, and we're going to do Jarthur first because they have a spoiler. They have a Final Fantasy spoiler in their deck list, so we want to get them out of the way and tell anybody who doesn't want to see Final Fantasy cards, spin the block, come back 20, 60, 2 hours, and you'll be good. Mevo, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Welcome to the dog pile. I'm here, boss. Also have an updated primer and Moxfield. Tremendous. Email that to me or put it in the... If you're in the Patreon section on Discord, put it there or just email me. Thank you, Dark. And Jarthur, thank you for the 8 months in a row at Tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. So everybody that's here immediately... I am going to put you in the ad blender. As we've covered before, I have set my ad manager to minimum, such that you fine folks do not have your deck roasting interrupted by Carfax propaganda and shit like that. However, Twitch will run the ads whether I want them to or not. And so we're going to hit a manual 3-minute ad break at present moment, such that after that ad break, we can get into Jarthur's deck, or more likely, some mixture of vamping and Jarthur's deck. And then we can keep it rolling. Get blinded on. Hello there, Mauled. My dragon deck has gone from a curve peaking at 2 to being a split mountain peaking at 3 and 5 mana. I mean, depending on the height of that peak, I think that is correct. I think a lot of what your deck would love to do is a like turn 3 ramp spell that allows you to cast Dragon. The thing, and then if a lot of the good dragons are 5 mana, that's okay. I don't necessarily know that... With Scion of the Dragon and with dragons in general, the whole like, oh, you don't want a mana value competing with your commander gets a little wonky because there's plenty of other good dragons that it's worth casting over Scion immediately, like Goldspan. If Goldspan is in your hand, or you could cast Scion of the Dragon, yeah, fucking cast Goldspan. Who cares, dude? What's up, Seagull? We're doing good today. Oh, yeah. Let me close the custom card redeem for today. That will be live again Tuesday night, because that is only live during World of Warcraft streams. And then we got a rant from Darkened Auras. They said pick a random league champion and then flip a coin to either defend their gameplay or shit on it. Follow-up question, is there any benefit to you if we watch on Twitch over YouTube? I tend to just be on here but can just as easily watch there. So which again, I want to lead this conversation off with, if you watch me, period, thank you. I am going to lay out for you the optimal Mauled support strategy, but if you support me at all, thank you. Do not feel pressured to change your behavior. I appreciate everything you all have done for me. If you are trying to min-max how much you help me, this is how you do it. When you're watching me live, watch on Twitch. When you are watching the VODs, watch on YouTube. This is because me getting sponsorships and me getting literal live stream revenue is best done through Twitch at present moment and YouTube, but YouTube will pay me for VOD watches, presumably because they like fuck it up with ads or something. I don't know. But Twitch doesn't give a fuck about how many views your VOD gets after the fact. So the optimal mauled live stream support strategy is when you are watching me live to watch on Twitch, and then if you are like, oh, you want my dulcet tones to go to bed to, you have like a long studying session, you're going to work or something like that, then you go over to YouTube and you go to the live section of my YouTube channel and you watch something back there. And as Troper has so helpfully shilled for me, a lot of the sponsorships that I'm now trying to secure via streaming, they are checking. So let me dox a bunch of companies right now. Shade the Teapot 04 and give out one thank you for the Twitch follows, my friend. Good day, Justicar. And Vasigo, no, today is not the free roasting stream. I will definitely need to pick a day within the next probably like 1 or 2 streams, and then I will make big enough, because I want to give everybody who's not subbed enough time to get channel points such that all the free viewers can still buy the raffle tickets. But anyway, so this is the site that most, this is not like officially partnered with corporations, but this is one of the sites that I have been told is very commonly used by companies when they're looking for people that they want to sponsor or like advertise through on live streaming, which still mostly just tracks Twitch. And so there's some, if I go to a company and I am trying to sell them on sponsoring me, I'm the one taking the first step. Then I can bring up all of my YouTube statistics and I can be like, oh, hey, well, I get this many concurrent viewers on YouTube. I get this, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of being out there in the world for all of the like corporate email lists to catch me, they do that by looking at what my average concurrent viewership on Twitch is. Malthound, hypothetical, you've been given a chance to make your own Gamer Subs cup and flavor. What's the theme for the cup and what's the flavor mix plus its name? D-Man, thank you for the 100 bits. Welcome to the dog pile. For the cup, I truly have no idea. The flavor mix's name, if I get one, is going to be dog water. I guarantee you it is going to be dog water. That name is so fucking good. The flavor mix, I would probably do something in the neighborhood of either lemon lime or blue raspberry. Those are the flavors I like the most. Oh, true. We are through with ads. I mean, Shades, I'm not claiming. I've had plenty of people who I hit the ad button. Listen, I don't know how the ads work. I do not control the speed at which crabs die. All I know is sometimes I hit the fucking ad break button and people in chat will go like, what are you talking about? I didn't get ads. Now, if those people are gaslighting me, honestly, fair play to them. Oh, ADD is an ADHD. Gotcha. It's lobsters, you fake fan. Listen, rip to, I don't know, Josh, but I'm different. I'm about crabs, bro. I'm about crabs, dog. Siren, okay, you're about 20 to 30 minutes. You'll be fine. You are currently last in the order, so do not worry about it for a second. All right, so we need random league champion, then we have to flip a coin. Let's go to random league champion generator. Start. Okay, let's flip a coin. Chat, is heads, I'm defending this champion, or I'm being mean to this champion. Heads defend, tails attack. Heads defend, heads defend. Okay. So heads I am defending this champion. They do have a rework incoming. So heads, I will argue why they don't need a rework. And tails, I will talk about why that rework is real and based. After I turn this overhead light on to make my forehead slightly less shiny. Tremendous. Flip a coin. All right. So let's talk about this literal dog shit, unsatisfying champion and why I'm glad they are deleting her entire kit and starting from fucking scratch. First of all, I don't know if you all know what a skill shot is, but as the name implies, it is one of the only ways you actually show off modern skill expression in League, is movement. Some champions don't have to do that. Some champions, like Mel, get a reflect where they can just say, hey, that skill shot, no, it didn't actually hit me, it hit you. And one step below Mel on that bullshit ladder of cheatery is Nefiri, who not only summons like 3 to 5 extra little dogs that are minions. Those minions will body block for her. Because like half of the spells in this game stop when they connect with something. And so what does Nefiri do? Does she, as a loving mother or father, I'm not really sure what's up with it, defend her children? Go to battle for them? No, she picks up the baby dog and holds it in front of her face, screaming, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, and sacrifices them to whatever skill shot she fucking walked into. What else do the dogs do? They literally kill you if she fucking points at you. Every assassin player likes to think they are the second coming of Faker because they hit 2 buttons back to back and delete all of my health bar. I'm fucking tired of it. And Nefiri is the worst because if you see them trying to do it and you go, oh, okay, I have the tools to stop this, I have the tools to escape, boom, you trip over a fucking dog and then you're dead. Fuck this champion. Yes, Nefiri is Elon Musk with their child armor. Yes, Troper. Mel's got a 50% ban rate with a 47% win rate, by the way. It's insane. Yeah, that is... So let's talk about one other champion. So this is Mel from Hit Show Arcane, who made it into hit video game League of Legends. This is one of the current worst champions in the game. They made her a power fantasy. They made her really, really easy to play in lane. And they made her really, really good at bullying people in lane so that everybody who started playing because of Arcane would have a really, really... Debo, you're unbanned. I'm sorry about that. You should be good now. So that they would have a really, really like easy time whenever they started playing League of Legends. And because everyone was like, hey, this is bullshit, they made her numbers bad enough that the champion like actually sucks. In aggregate, the champion's not very good. And the primary reason you should be banning this character in your League of Legends game is you should be trying to stop your team from picking Mel. It is like the worst thing that can happen when a Mel gets picked is that the Mel is on your team because you are likely to lose. Like if we look at the stat websites, let's look at here, I'll just pull up like a good champion. So like a really good champion. OP champion. 54% win rate. That's pretty good. Picked 13% of the time. Banned in a third of the games that people load into. That shit's crazy, right? Next most OP champion. 52% win rate. Banned in almost a tenth of every game. Oh shit. The Mel hate has actually stopped. This will actually, I want to cross-reference with u.gg because I swear they thought this shit was happening. Make this shit make sense to me. Are these across like multiple game modes that I'm not? I understand stats being a little bit different. Oh, UGG's Emerald Plus. Oh, well, this also says it's Emerald Plus, though. It does look like it's supposed to be all regions. Because I've seen, like, minor differences in op.u versus u.gg stats before. And the pick rate and the win rate are roughly in line. op.gg is like, yeah, this is banned 23% of the time. Oh, u.gg is like, yeah, every fucking game, bro. But either way, almost a quarter of the time, they're banning a champion that is statistically likely to win them the game if the enemy team picks it. It's tier 4. It's really fucking bad. And they're banning it over all of these good mid laners because her primary win con is making you walk away from the computer because you're so angry. Lolalytics is also on 40% ban. Okay, then I'll trust this one. So she's banned almost as often as she wins. Can you explain why I'm getting sprinted down by Darius? Like, why is he as fast as a Ford F-150? That's actually because the meta Darius build right now is just move speed. Well, not just, but it's all damage items that give move speed. So you see, like, he builds this. There's 4% move speed on it, gives him extra move speed out of combat, and it has an active that gives him move speed. He buys the boots that give him maximum move speed. He buys armor that gives him additional move speed. He will sometimes buy even more things that gives him slows and additional move speed. And so like right now, Darius for the first 30 minutes of a game is going to do damage no matter what. Darius basically doesn't stop doing crazy damage until we get to the late game. And so he can afford to give up a lot of his like hard stats in order to just get additional move speed, because if he can get on top of you, you die. They are nerfing. What makes Darius so incredibly good in the jungle right now is one of his abilities, this ability, he has a passive like bleed effect on his attacks, and it currently just does way too much damage against jungle creeps, and so it's really easy for Darius to kill all the jungle creeps super fast and then just spend all his time running around ganking. Also, Jake's 101 and Mutrad5, thank you both for the Prime subs. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. And Mutrad, thank you for the second month in a row, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. But anyway, that is why Neferi is bullshit, even if she's not technically very good. I fucking hate playing against her. Oh, right, yes. And then we have... So, before we do Jarthur's deck review, we're going to lead with, well, now a couple things. We have 3 random Smasher passes to do. I want to warn the audience that Jarthur's deck has Final Fantasy cards in it. And so, if you don't want to see any Final Fantasy spoilers, take a lap. So we have 3 random Smasher passes to do. Pass. I do not want an orgy with stinky, tired people all holding weapons. Smash. Trying to see if they can control those teefies, you feel me? Pass. That's the worst. That is the worst head I could possibly imagine. Yes, Shade. Your roast is happening tomorrow. What's up, Rowan? Well, it's still technically for 4 more minutes. It's morning for me. No tentacle monster needs. I mean, it's not that there's no needs. It's really that, like, I don't want my tentacle monsters to have barbs. That one, like, I'm not gonna shame anybody except for you all. I don't understand what the fuck is going on with the spikes. That's not me. That's not me. I need to be treated kindly. Adds texture. Why is the texture being stabbed? Josh, I have unfortunately seen the new mock situation. I'm reaching out to my local jewelry store to figure out how to dissolve moxin. But I'll get back to you on that. Okay, so next we have, to get us into the right mood, we have a card that was sent in by Willpower during yesterday's stream that we are now going to read for the class. So let's break down why Will's a bad person. First of all, summoned me against my will. Second of all, I don't think this is an accurate representation of my cheekbones. So we have Mauled the Hound. For 1 green mana, you get a 10/10 with Trample, Haste, Lifelink, Reach, Double Strike, Death Touch, Vigilance, and Toxic 10. You may play 5 additional lands on each of your turns. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you gain 5 life, may draw a card, add 1 mana of any color, and put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. For no mana, double the number of +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. This can be activated at instant speed. It can also be activated as many times as you want. Tap and untap. Search your library for any creature card, place it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. The flavor text says, "My name is John, I love green because it's the best color, and I'm also a furry." Will, thank you for this submission. Goodbye forever. Everyone else, let's treat this as a lesson. Keep my name out of your goddamn mouth. Unless you were talking about my gamer subs or cool stuff ink codes Mauled, which can get you 5 or 10% off at checkout respectively, and pay my rent. Why does it have a better hairline than Mauled? Who said that? Goodbye, Mevo. I'm clicking in the wrong spot. I have an ergonomic mouse. Goodbye, Mevo. Now that we're at peace. Now that we are at peace. We can move on to the business of today. Which is, first and foremost, unbanning everybody before I forget. I've done so many meme bans that we actually left, I think, 2 or 3 people banned between streams last time. Oh, Lynx, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy when I'm on the podcast with Trinket Mage & Co. There is a new, or going to be a new, like, Talking Heads channel that I'm going to be a part of. And so there's going to be a lot more, like, Mauled cast content, although it's not going to be stuff that I'm publishing or editing. It's just stuff that I am, like, co-starring on. Jarthur, thank you for the 50 bits. That peace ain't lasting long. Don't say that shit, brother. Don't say that shit. I don't know if I'm allowed to share, but it's going to be with Joe Cherries and Veginald Wagon. So some people that I've co-starred with on Decked Out a few times. As far as I know, the current plan is Joe is going to be the central character, and myself and Veggie Wagon are going to tag out being the secondary person. And so rather than, yeah, Cyclops, I want to inflict as much mental pain on you all as I can before I inflict mental pain on myself by looking at your decks. Oh, DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. What about me, boss? Can I keep your name in my mouth since you liked my card? Down, boy. Down. I'm going to say 24-hour moratorium on anyone having me in their mouth. And Shades, I built a Dragonstorm deck around Stormscale Scion because brain rot. So when you say Dragonstorm, I think there's a couple ways to interpret that, and I want to make sure we're interpreting it correctly. You don't mean literal card Dragonstorm, right? You do not mean literal card Dragonstorm, correct? Of course it doesn't include Z. So, Shades, this doesn't work. Or at least the two cards, like if you're saying, oh, I'm building a Storm deck that has dragons, okay. But Dragonstorm plus Stormscale Scion specifically does nothing. If the deck is just like, I get a high storm count, then I cast one of these two. Okay, all right, that's fine. Yeah. Me have deck with dragons in that also do storm. That's fine. And me have deck do storm, also cast Stormscale Scion. That's fine. Yeah. As long as we're good on, there is no specific interaction between Dragonstorm and Stormscale Scion, then we're cool. Is Fire Spitter Whelp acceptable in that deck, Mold? Honestly, probably no. Helios, I'm going to keep it a stack with you. Even in this deck, you would not want to play Fire Spitter Whelp, and here's why. If you are storming into casting Dragonstorm or casting Stormscale Scion for storm equals like 1,000,000, Fire Spitter Whelp is just universally, like at 3 mana, it's just so much worse than casting like a mana I know you're just having a laugh, but this is another time. There are children watching this, Helios. There are children watching this that are going to hear us do that in a joking way and then are going to be like, no, but I could make it work. No, you can't. Whoever's listening to this and whoever heard Helios say that and was like, oh no, but it'd be different in my deck. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It would be bad in your deck. You wouldn't like it. You wouldn't even enjoy it. It would just suck. He is a cutie. The only exception I will make for Fire Spitter Whelp is you're like, holy fuck, this guy's adorable. That's fine. That exception always works. Jal, hey Mauled, I just wanted to say your Selvala short randomly popped up on my feed and now I'm making an Eldrazi deck with her. Ramping is so fun and I'm glad you showed me the light. Thanks for making me a green player. Move in on Chal. Move in right now. Take the shot. Take the shot. Been good knowing you, Chal. Been good knowing you. Yeah, the flashlight was on because I needed to expose them. Hey, first time chatter, I think I could make it work. Oh, and that's not true. I mean, there are plenty of decks where this card is like playable, but it is one of those things where it is a downgrade for an archetype that typically already struggles, and you generally you really don't want to be fucking downgrading yourself in the way that Fire Spitter Whelp does it. Mauled, how do you feel about Disa and Koram for Jund options as the as the premier Henzi Gooner. Um, I mean, I don't know if this is like, this makes somebody happy. I feel like it's fine. I don't particularly like it. I think there's a little bit of negative bias coming in because as soon as like create a token got put on it, everybody was like parallel lives, doubling season, which I don't super love. Koram is like, Koram's just not good enough, quite frankly. Koram just needs to be better. Koram got that shit on. Koram is a fabulous Monster Hunter character. As a Magic the Gathering commander, I don't super believe in him. The plus X plus 0, maybe you stack your deck full of crazy, or you like entomb, right? You grave tutor something that gives him plus 15 or something, and then he's left with no keywords, no protection. You've spent all your spells to set up this really, really obvious threatening thing, and then you get shot once, or you get Bojuka bogged, and then you give up. Oh, he got that shit on, though. Oh, he looked cool. But this is, like, supremely fair. Formal Bear, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Oh, yeah, you do aristocrats and you just sack this guy. I like that. I think playing it as... But I guess that's just a difference of opinion on, like, am I using the commander for its effects, or am I using the commander to be like, ho, me have 15/5, me cast Life's Legacy. Yum. Yes. And I think these typically, like, don't influence me as heavily because I always build my decks with enough card draw in the first place. I mean, the last effect, you can technically build around it, but it's so much worse than anything else you can do. It's not good. Again, it's like, it's a thing of, yes, we can do this. We can do this. Are we going to do it good? No, but we can do it. And yeah, the rest of the deck is, okay, we play Koram. I entomb Emrakul, or I entomb something. I entomb, like, the largest power thing I can. After entombing the largest power thing I can, I try to cast something that either, like, makes treasures equal to power or draws cards equal to power. I mean, honestly, Lynx, you getting a Lord of Extinction to 50, that is on your fucking pod. I have played in pre-con games with no interaction where Lord of Extinction still can't get that high. Koram could be fun as a theft commander. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. I just find it very, like, you just turn Koram into a battery, which still seems like a pretty lame end for a guy who has that shit on so hard. It's like you summon him into the world, you give him this really fucking massive hammer, and you just go like, all right, what is my purpose? Am I here to crash out on people? And it's like, no, stand there. We're donating your body to science, but it's gonna give us a pretty good advantage engine if you just stand there and wait. Can I put Jumbo Cactuar in my Henzi deck? Not only can you are morally obligated to put Jumbo Cactuar into your Henzi deck. You are morally obligated to cast this man for 5 mana and then just do a like, hey, turn 5, blocker check. Blocker check? Steve? Blocker check? What's up, Xander Foss? Are you going to play Cactuar mod? Oh, I'm putting this shit in my Henzi deck. I am absolutely putting this in my Henzi deck as a blocker check, if nothing else. I'm gonna Swords to Plowshares my Cactuar. God damn you. At least do it post damage. You're all here to Swords to Plowshares your Cactuar. I'm here to Disciple of Bolos my Cactuar and go out on my terms. We are not the same. Alright? That's all I have to say about that. We are not the same. I'm here to fucking main phase 2, cast Disciple of Bolos, gain 10,000 life, draw 10,000 cards, and just pick up my whole playmat and walk away. I mean, Lynx, does your pod play a lot of, is your pod also on, like, big creatures? Because when I'm looking at Quorum and I think about the people I play against, the potential hits I can get off of my friend groups are not very good, which is probably why I'm dim on this card. Like, if I think about the decks that I've played against in recent memory and what I might have, like, milled from them, even if I had other mill engines, like if I had Mesmeric Warp and I was like, okay, I'm dumping a ton of your deck into the graveyard, what am I going to get off of it? Most of the time, it's like not fucking great. Like I'm gonna Mesmeric Orb, and then turn 6, I'm gonna have a fucking like 4/5 Quorum. So if you are playing into, if you're playing into pods that are like that have multiple Stompy players, and you are like, yeah, I'm gonna give this guy like a dinosaur stat line, I understand that then. Check out Disa's alternate art. Well, what if I spelled it right? Yeah, that's raw. That's raw. Thoughts on MKM Atrada? I like this because you can store it up for later. The thing I don't like about... In over 30 games, I've got an 80% win rate. We were actually chill. I mean, okay, that is... Your pod is blind as fuck. That is, like, first of all, good for you. I'm not asking you to feel bad about that. I'm not asking you to feel guilt about that. I'm not asking you to change the way you are acting. If any deck in the world is over 30 games, I have an 80% win rate. Your pod is full of blind children. That is that is insane. Do you know the win rate of the literal best player in the world? It is 45%. The best commander player in the world has a 45% win rate in tournament. The second best commander player in the world has a 43% win rate in tournament. You have almost completely doubled that up, which means that is blind children who hate each other. There is no degree of like, my strategy is superior. I've built a deck that runs on the rails really well. It is like you have a good deck that is like playing on an axis of the game that your pod just fucking refuses to recognize. And it sounds like to me your pod is probably just blind to card advantage. Because if you go like, oh, what's probably happening is they're probably interacting with you after you do the value thing. Because the way you're talking about playing Quorum is, okay, big thing in graveyard, play Quorum, sacrifice Quorum to something cool that gives me shitloads of cards or shitloads of treasures or like shitloads of lands. Like there's a ton of different power matters payoffs in Jund that you can do. And if they're interacting with you after you've done that first thing, that's just them giving a speech as they hand you the trophy. So it sounds like your pod is probably playing reactively rather than proactively, and they're trying to I wouldn't assume the deck doesn't match the pod. I would assume that the pod like plays real like a few. At some point you can no longer be like, oh, downgrade the deck, and at some point you have to like clue other people in on, hey guys, drawing 18 cards is really fucking good. They did let me sack that a lot over the last few weeks. They've learned, and even after stopping me several times, Quorum can become an 8 cost. I can still pull out wins. That's like super normal though. That's like crazy normal. Like I would say if they let you sack this guy to greater good one time, they're just joking around. Which there's definitely decks that will have a very, very high win rate in like joke around pods, which is not really anybody's fault. It's just like when people aren't paying attention, decks like Jund that are really, really good at rebuilding after being interacted with will just kind of auto win. Oh, are they doing the like, okay, you haven't done anything yet, so I'm not going to target you until you do a thing? Because that would also explain it. Is Quorum is for sure a like setup deck. Like you have to set up a thing that you're going to sacrifice Quorum to. You have to set up a thing in the graveyard. And if they're not bodying you during that setup, yeah, that is Blind Children. That's Blind Children territory, but that is the angle of, and that's a very normal thing. That is I think one of the more normal growing pains of a commander pod is learning that it's not only fair, it is like based to swing out at the player that doesn't have blockers. There's especially in the past couple years, the power creep has been so severe that if you don't get your fucking hits in, you're not going to have a chance to. Yeah, and Gorbash, I think this deck is like a smaller facsimile of this, and it sounds like Lynx is being like, hey guys, it's gonna be bad if you let me do this, and they're learning to interact, but they haven't yet learned, oh, we need to punch Lynx square in the chest even though Lynx has said so. Quorum's not an I win button, but if you let Quorum set up with greater good or something like that, and you're like, if you let Quorum go Entomb, greater good, Quorum, draw 20, like, yeah, you are fucking toasted. All right, now we should probably get to the actual streaming of today, except we have one more random smasher pass. Nope, don't like bark. How does Lynx not turn into the arch enemy after the second win? I mean, way more commander players than you might think are just focused on personal neuron activation and are not focused on actually winning. Which kind of informs, I'm working on an idea for like how your deck outline should change moving from hyper casual to competitive, or at least like approaching competitive, because a lot of people at hyper casual are like way more concerned with, did I spin my personal Beyblade? Did I get to see my deck do something? Did I get to feel like I had agency? Did it seem like I mattered at some point? Like, there is definitely, we could really dig into the sort of like mini existential crisis that happens with every commander player when they sit down. Utrad, yes. Simple as, yes, he would. I would probably play him if he did. And so for decks like Quorum, where if the pod has learned to interact, even if Quorum's winning 80% of the games, what each individual member of the pod is probably thinking is like, oh, well, I shot Quorum once this game. I'm doing my part. And their brain sort of like lets go of the whole like, oh, well, Quorum won anyway, and Quorum has won the last 15 games we've played. But I did my thing, and I stopped the threat once. Therefore, I'm good. I think is a thing that goes through a lot of commander players' heads, because the main priority is not winning, which is very normal. Yeah, Lynx, at some point you do become too good at this game to build a deck that can really play with people who aren't thinking about winning, which is different from like focusing on winning. But there's, at some point, once you build like one deck that is truly good and truly like runs well and has a focused game plan and has some level of resiliency, you sort of become unable to build like decks that just don't, like, it's addictive to have your deck actually work, and it becomes difficult to build decks that just flat out don't work anymore. And a lot of people at lower power, it's a mix of people building decks that are reliable but have weaker payoffs, and people that are just building like pie in the sky maladaptive daydream deck where the whole thing doesn't fucking work. Speaking of, let's go to Jarthur's deck, which is spooky, scary, but we have a Final Fantasy spoiler warning, so if you don't want to see Final Fantasy spoilers, don't look at this deck. Let's hit some garbage. Huh? It went straight to the goldfish. A Knight's Blessing, a Stacks and Friends production. Yes, the Planeswalkers will most likely end the game if you let me get their last ability, but who's going to let me get there? Yeah, the stacks and control effects are going to slow you down and make it hard to kill me, but they can't kill you. A commander will get overlooked. The first lie. It's only 2 damage. I've got 30 life, they'll say. Oh, it's dual command. Oh my god, bro. Oh my fucking... You're already wrong. You're already wrong before we even get into any of your card choices. I'm building Esper Dual Commander. You fuck... Okay, you fuck ass. Okay, you fuck ass. And 11 Planeswalkers. Do let me know how you think it would run in a standard pod, though. Straight up, terrible. No jokes. This should get... crushed by hydraulic press in a legitimate commander pod, because off the rip it looks like you have very, very few blockers, and it looks like you have a lot of planeswalkers, which one of the reasons I hate playing 1v1 is how effective planeswalkers are. Because if you are playing into planeswalkers in a 1v1 situation, if you do not start with a crushing board presence, if you are even on board or behind on board, the Planeswalker just wins the fucking game. But in Commander, there's 3 people who can beat your ass. Okay, so control. We have don't hit me, force you to tap out, on 4 mana on hit, I make you discard. We better have some crazy fucking tax evasion. Grand Abolisher. This is insane, by the way. Okay, ChatGPT gave us a stacks list. I think the... Okay, protection pieces are like... Whatever. Fucking, huh? At least we've found somebody that I could beat in Brawl. Ward 2. Ward 2 is protection. Alright. So we... What the fuck do you mean safety clause? What the fuck do you mean safety? Is the safety clause, I'm gonna show them this, I reveal this card from my hand as a special action and they feel so bad from me that they let me win? 7 mana? 7 mana drain 2 is our safety clause? 6 mana bounce 1? Jarth, look at the commander. Bro thinks I can't. Yes. Yes, hey. It will trigger your commander. That is true. The card is dog shit. that is... So you've managed to take casual commander brain rot into dual commander, which is a very fun gestalt that you have created, but it is fucking 7 mana, deal 4, draw 1. Nobody is accepting that Catan deal. Soft lock. Okay. If we have locks, I believe in that a little bit more. So if something goes into graveyard... Bro did not pass his Boy Scout not training. If my man thinks this is a lock... Okay. So we have cannot attack until one of these things gets removed. Sure. Okay. Very good. That probably will win in dual commander. That probably will win. I love lying. That probably will win in dual commander. Okay. So then we have a ton of tutors, which sure. All right. What planeswalkers do we have? We can give creatures counters, which we have barely any of those. Surely this will matter. We can prevent the damage one of our enemy's creatures are dealing. We can bounce something. Removal, okay. Removal, okay. Reanimation, probably relevant since we have so few creatures. God, not only did you pick a Teferi, you made him a fucking bird. Then we have, yeah, control Teferi. I am astonished that we do not have the 5 mana Teferi in here. Yeah, gotta have cats. I do agree with this part. Gotta have cats. Harden the lock. I cannot wait for the crossover episode of this deck and the lock-picking lawyer where he just looks at it and the lock springs open. Here be death. Okay, we have a Vraska that can ult to make somebody lose the game. Isochron Hell. Maybe Isochron Counterspell could do something. This probably does something. This probably does something just because Helm of the Host is a crazy fucking card. And then, hey, look at that. There we go. I figured it out, guys. I figured out why Jarthur thinks the deck is good. Here we are. We've made it. We can, in fact, tutor for fucking Necropotence and hope for the best. So let's go to the playtest and see how this works, because I refuse to believe. Okay, no land. So we're gonna take it in dual commander. In dual commander, we're gonna go down to 6. We have mana web. We have a planeswalker that doesn't do anything, and we have a shitload of mana. Diabolic. Okay, so we have a crazy. I mean, fuck it. Oh, we had to go down to 6, so I'm gonna tuck goddamn a Johnny Steadfast, I guess. No, I'm tucking that hopeful man. I'm gonna assume we went first just because we basically have to. Okay, jingle taxes. We don't have the lands for jingle taxes, and so fuck it, be greedy. We want this to enter untapped. We will take damage just to get a Douthie on field. That's not nothing. Oh yeah, we don't have a fucking white-pipped land, so I guess I'll cycle Fetid Pools. That's too bad. Fabricate. We have a mana rock in here. Jarur, I don't know if you heard me. We have a mana rock in here. Jarur, I'm gonna give you one last motherfucking chance. We have a mana rock. My fault. My fault. I get Isochron Scepter. Ooh. Lock achieved. Lock achieved. Lock achieved. We got a Triome, right? What's it called? It's like Rafine's Tower. Is the okay? Thank you, God. Give me Rafine's Tower. 7 turns in. It's not going to be it's going to be turn 8 before we can do anything. But now we have finally achieved commander mana. We play our commander. I will Force of Negation, exiling Jin-Gitaxias. Something they do on their turn. Turn 9, we have 5 lands. Mana Web? My head hurts already. We're one deck in and my fucking head hurts. Okay, so Jarur, I love you, buddy. This is some of the, like, freshest dog shit I have ever seen. This is unrepentantly awful. I don't doubt that occasionally you can win games with it, primarily because we have 13 tutors. If you get a game where Necropotence is in your opening hand, or Enlightened Tutor is in your opening hand for Necropotence, the world is your oyster. Every other game, you, like, Krenko can just run the ones on you. Bad Krenko. I'm not talking about Mob Boss. Tin Street Kingpin is about to take your fucking Jordans. You have no chance, and I think that gets worse going from dual commander to broad commander, because in both dual commander and 4-player commander, if you're playing control, we want to stop people from taking relevant game actions. The way we can stop people from taking relevant game actions are by hitting them with removal, or by, like, laying down control pieces that make it hard for them to do stuff. the only control piece that makes it hard for them to do stuff is really like Norn's Annex. Helm of the Gas, I'm even angrier at this now because Helm of the Gas Lord is like, Y'shtola has to be going, and if she's going, great, we can make them discard. Like, this is your pie in the sky, no one's ever going to do anything mean to me, but I'm going to do mean stuff to them. And we're so bad at fixing our mana for Y'shtola. Like, if there was ever a deck that wanted to have a little bit of 2-mana ramp, holy fuck. Or at least, like, a land base that was gonna hit fucking Y'shtola. Vadi, it's not small bean, it's a dual commander deck. It's legit, it is incapable of pulling the small bean card because this is meant for a 1v1. They have literally walked in fucking hands up, but they have a cat girl. Okay, see here? These are the playtests, or these are the games that are going to trick you, because you're going to go Ocelot Pride. Holy fuck, I'm so good I had a turn 1 play. I have to... Okay, I can reveal Hollowed Fountain. Turn 2, I do nothing. Can we actually not fix Necropotence mana? Hold on. We can't fix Necropotence mana, bro. Oh my... Lord have mercy on my soul. Bro saw an alt art and lost his fucking mind. Bro saw one alternate art and was like, my Final Fantasy ship. It could be in paper. It could be in paper. It's not a turn 4 Necropotence, it's a turn no Necropotence. So turn 3, we play this. We have literally nothing to do. We still can't fucking. At least we can play our commander. So we're 4 turns in. We are 4 turns in to a 1v1 match. If we were playing 60 card, like most opponents have either won the game or attempted to stick a game-winning threat right now. And what I want to... Oh, turn 4 we can, yeah. Now we can, using the Signet land. Now we Necro, actually. Yeah, turn 4 we Necro. And now I draw my deck and lose anyway. So we can pay 1 life per card. Let's see how many cards we have to draw for this to be worth it. Fuck no. Fuck no. Don't think so. Maybe we stop here. Maybe we stop at 4. Just because we probably don't have a lot of life. Because it's been 4 turns in and we're holding up a goddamn 1-1. But if we beseech the queen, we maybe tutor for Norn's Annex? I mean, there's no opponent watching. Who cares? Right? Who cares if they know what we've gotten? But for our internal decision making, like, we don't necessarily want to keep, because we can't combo win. So this is not a Necropotence pick up as much of my library as I can situation, because there's no win button that we are Necropotencing to. We are trying to Necropotence into Stabilize, which against, I feel like, most other commander decks, game's over. Like, aggro is much more real in dual commander than it is, and an important part about this playtest is for 4 turns of the command. Oh, it's fate. We never know what we get. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, we necro ourselves to death. Yeah, we necro ourselves to death, and then we just go to the next one. So let's just necro a lot to prove this, to really drive this next point home. All right. We have, let's presume that we can Necropotence face up. We're God's favorite child. Nothing bad ever happens to us, and we get to cheat at magic. It takes 11 Necropotence triggers before we can find a singular piece of interaction. Until then, we have spent 4 turns being totally unable to solve a single problem that happens to us. We are the esper control player, and the only thing we get to say in response all game is "you got it, bud." Which in 4-player commander, if you had some type of incredible bomb you were building to, if you were building like a nuclear fusion reactor in the background, I would have patience for that and give you suggestions on how to build it better. In a 1v1 setting, the best thing you're doing being turn 5, I will bounce 1 creature. I've held up 1 blocker the whole time. You're not cooked, you are fucking burnt. Like, I can think of, I think every single one of my Brawl decks would beat this. Maybe it's dual commander, so only one person sees how non-functional it is instead of 3. Like, Orum's Chant, you can be a little bit cute. We probably have to cast that turn 1. So we polluted Delta to at least, hey, pips are fixed. Jarthur, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. So why didn't we swing with the cat turn 2? The deeply serious answer is that is not a particularly relevant part of your playtest. Like, if we look at, here's what we're gonna get out of Ocelot Pride. We can make a new 1/1 to hold up, right? We feel like maybe that's not irrelevant. If you think that is, if you think that reaches the point of relevance, I would question whether or not you are playing dual commander against jumpstart decks. It's a whole extra necro card. That is true. So the reason I'm not swinging with Ocelot Pride on turn 2 is because in the context of everything else the deck can do, does not matter. 100% does not matter. So now we can, all right, do we have any lands that have to enter tapped? We can play this, reveal another land. Their turn, fucking, I don't know. We should hold Orum's Chant for a combo turn. Turn 3, we can let this enter tapped. We can Douthie. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, bro. This deck is so important to the ecosystem because it makes people think Esper's not so bad. True, this is a great propaganda deck. This is a tremendous propaganda deck. But if, like, we look at, like, and here's the thing is I don't go to shops and play dual commander. So the meta game that I am using as a stand-in for what's going to be happening in dual commander is Arena Brawl, which may or may not convert correctly. But Arena Brawl mostly plays by the same rules, plays by, I think, 25 life instead of 20. And I'm imagining, like, what the fuck would happen to me if I skipped the first 4 turns of an Arena Brawl game. Like, this deck skips turns. Because we get to... like, we can swing this guy. So we're getting... okay, 3... like, we're getting 3 extra damage. And I guess turn 3, we would have Idyllic Tutored for... God, I think it has to be, like... no, like... you've made Necropotence a bad tutor target. which that is truly impressive. That is the most impressive part of this deck, is that Necropotence is currently not what I want to tutor for. I want to tutor for Norn's Annex because this deck is so, like, it's so crazy vulnerable to one guy with a knife. So we Norn's Annex turn 4. Turn 5. Now we can Norn's Annex. So now people have to pay 2 life to hit us. I think we've applied. Oh my god, we can't even get it with. I thought this was in. We can't even get. Never mind. I hit it. I get something different. Web of Inertia. Okay. We play Web of Inertia. They can definitely fucking do this. So we've dealt either 6 or 9 damage because there's almost no way they have. Also, Jarur, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I appreciate your ongoing contributions to the dog pile. So if they've used 0 removal, they've also been just totally in there like, I'm setting up my own bullshit bag. We've dealt 9 damage with Douthie Voidwalker, and we are like 100% dead. Dotcubus, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. I don't even want whoever won. I want to go to whoever got last. How do I copy paste this into Moxfield so that we can fucking see? This is control, because we have a million ways to kill stuff. We have a couple really good advantage engines, and then we have a land base that's gonna fix our mana. But like, and I'm not saying your deck needs to get this good, but your deck is built. Your deck is not built with a plan in mind. Your deck is built with word cloud. This card is, I either know this card is good, or this card says something stacksy. Like Grand Abolisher. Grand Abolisher is a card for combo players. Grand Abolisher, like, a lot of people like it because they want to be left alone to twiddle with their designs. But what you like, the reason you play Grand Abolisher when you are being serious is because you are going to take a turn where you attempt to combo off, and you don't want anyone to be able to interrupt that combo. Norn's Annex is like, this is just so crazy to me because anything somebody wants to swing with is not super difficult to hold up 2 mana or life for. Britbread, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub for the 15th month, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. But like, holy fuck, we have got maybe 10. We have got 10 generically good Esper cards attempting to hold together under the might of one Cackrel. But we are not control. We are, yeah, and like one, as Gorbash is saying, stacks, not a 1v1 archetype. The closest thing that we have to a 1v1 stacks deck is a prison deck, which is different from things like Archon of Emeria. Holy fuck, does Archon of Emeria not matter in 1v1? In 1v1, Archon of Emeria just says, yeah, I don't know, tap out for 1 card. Like, you have Archon of Emeria and then like 3 counterspells in the whole deck. So it's Archon of Emeria, yeah, bro, just tap out for your big value play. I'm not going to do anything about it, though. I'm not going to do anything. Grand Abolisher into Aurum Chant Isochron. So I may have focused on combo too much and need more control. What is the... what? That's not a combo. Maybe I'm stupid. I've missed a few things. If chat can... Oh, okay. So we can lock if they never, in a world where the dual commander never plays a single piece of artifact removal. That's like the worst combo ever. That, like, I've been comboed on. And going like, yeah, I'm going to resolve Grand Abolisher. Then I'm going to pass to you. In your upkeep step, I tap Isochron Scepter and put Orum's Chant on the stack. And they respond to Orum's Chant, blowing up Isochron Scepter, and I get one turn of locking them in a room. Like, if we're saying, oh, I play against people who can never remove an artifact, yeah, you win and you deserve to. How is this worse than Isochron Dramatic Reversal? So, Siren, Isochron Dramatic Reversal could, if you played a deck with heavy mana rocks, could legitimately mean you float infinite mana on your turn with Grand Abolisher protecting you. Because if you say, no, okay, if you have, let's say, like, 3 mana rocks, because again, you have to build the deck very much around it. But if you have 3 non-land permanents that can tap for mana, Grand Abolisher, Isochron, and then on our turn, oh, you say this in disbelief. Yeah, like this is, first and foremost, I hesitate, like calling this a combo is stretching the definition of words in the English language. This is about as good of a lock as like the rotted piece of wood they put over doors in zombie movies. It is a lock until they have one piece of artifact removal that they can play at instant speed. Which, again, going off of Arena Brawl, which is my closest facsimile to Dual Commander, one piece of artifact removal is not very difficult to come by. And here is, so let's look at the 10 good cards that are probably tricking you into thinking the deck is good, because anytime you resolve them, yeah. Helm of the Host, Bolis' Citadel, Crypt Ghast, Necropotence, Limdual's Vault, Tutor, 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 Tutor. But like all of your tutor targets are so impossibly bad. I think this actually becomes more I think this God, I can't even say it with a straight face. Like I think you get to play more turns in a 4-player commander game. I don't think the deck becomes any better. And so, Jarthus, what I'm going to say to, maybe you focused on combo too much and need more control. You've focused on combos that don't do anything. Your safety clause only works, like if you were saying, oh, I'm focused on combo, then the combo you want to do is Isochron Scepter with Dramatic Reversal. I have a ton of mana rocks. I cast Brush with Death infinitely. That is a combo, because that is something that wins you the game. I could see multiple situations where you stick your Grand Abolisher lock and still lose, because it's going to take you, like, based on the deck I saw, it's going to take you like 5 to 6 turns to get this shit going. So if you have it any later than turn 3, I think you stick the Grand Abolisher lock and then die because they played one good creature in the first 3 turns and you cannot deal with it. Nothing in your deck deals with it. It's terrible all over. Oh my god, yes, you're going to get Boseju'd. You're going to get Boseju'd so goddamn hard. The King Cow, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. So I think the things that we need to internalize for you is stacks is not an archetype in 1v1 for a reason. It's not because people don't think it's cool enough. It is because in 1v1, every turn is so important that using your turns to set up maybe I lock you out of this game is not enough. Your turns need to either be I play an extremely good card, or I remove or counterspell your extremely good card. If we look at what this Tivit deck is doing, that's what they're on, right? Like their turn, all their stuff is either I draw a card, I play an extremely good creature, or extremely good planeswalker, or I get rid of whatever extremely fucking good thing you played. And so like the planeswalkers that I think work are like Teferi's good because Teferi's always fucking good. Teferi is your like turn 3 I play an extremely good card that also bounces your extremely good card. That's a very high value thing to do. Tezzeret though is like I play an extremely good card that has basically no hope of ever ulting in a realistic game. Same goes for this guy. We play card advantage that can't slow down our opponent at all and requires a shitload of mana. So if you want to be on combo in Esper combo usually involves either Thoracling yourself or making infinite mana. And this is just kind of like, this is Doofenshmirtz evil behavior. This is like, I play this card because I think it's going to make everyone think I'm a real meanie. I'm a real so-and-so. I'm such a naughty little boy. I've forced you to tap out. Like we have Douthie. Like playtest to playtest, the best thing we've ever been able to do is play an early Douthie, which is quite good in quite a good card in 4v4 because way more things are going into graveyards. And maybe you get to steal something good, but otherwise, holy fuck, why do we have energy in here? This has to be out of the personal collection. Listen, I'm telling you right now, we are not making it out of the bulk box, but this deck had to have been assembled from the bulk box. Why do we have conversion apparatus? Bacon Boy, the YouTube chat is generally less active than the Twitch chat. I do read it, but I am legally required to respond to it less, and I typically don't react to chat as often while I'm in the middle of the deck playtesting. Like, this feels like bait. Up till now, I've been like, oh yeah, we really don't understand the concept of how to play stacks. We've like had one nightmare about stacks and tried to build the deck based on that nightmare. This Mana Rock feels like either bait or it is exclusively made from things that we've pulled and you've somehow never opened an Arcane Signet in your life. So Jarthur, what I'll give you is, this is bracket 1. This is probably the first bracket 1 Esper deck I've ever seen, and probably the only bracket 1 Ishtola deck that I will ever witness. This is like, so this is the type of deck that you build when you, this is why I don't like templates actually, or this is why I don't like templates like Cube Theory or the Command Zone, any template for a commander deck that says you have this many cards in this many categories, because this deck has a couple different like category. Like there's obviously some tags we put in here to be funny, like, oh, here's the lock I want to do here be death. But we tried to fill up these 3 main categories, and then we're going to be good from there. And the deck has paid like no attention to what do I want to happen turn to turn to turn. Because as soon as you say, I need to be in control, then your first thought needs to be, okay, what do I do? What am I doing turns 1, 2, and 3 to stop myself from being murdered by the aggro player? Like, you have to have an answer for that. In most decks, it is Fatal Push and Fatal Push accessories. Class, can we see what this deck doesn't fucking have? We have Force of Will. We could Force of Will their turn 1 mouse if we wanted to try to stop them. We are also missing ramp, but like a control deck doesn't necessarily need to ramp. A control deck is oftentimes fine just going land drop, land drop, land drop. Like this one only has Arcane Signet, and the rest is just land drop, land drop, land drop. If God help you, if you try to play a good card in my face, I will fucking murder you. That is what the control deck is doing. And this deck is just like, yeah, go ahead, bro. Like you have, this deck was built with like unerring faith that you were going to be able to set up the combat lock. And even, I don't even trust a combat lock in Dual Commander. There's so many commander combos that will just win through non-creature damage or will win through like an infinite combo. So you not only, like, we fold to combat damage up until we maybe assemble the soft lock. If we assemble the hard lock, which I think the best hard lock we can get is Isochron Snap, right? Which is you stick no creatures. God, we don't even have a bounce land to potentially make the Isochron Snap lock make mana. Because if we just, this is the one time we needed to see a fucking bounce land, because if we could untap 2 lands and that was mana positive, then we actually have a combo cooking. Then it's like, okay, creature decks, do not inquire. I float infinite black mana and I cast Brush with Death. Oh, but we have to have a target, right? So we actually, so this doesn't go infinite. This is still, it would still be limited by how many creatures we have on field. Yeah, like we have a lot of, like this deck was built exclusively in a fever dream about what a really, really cool turn 5 would look like. We have not planned for turns 1 through 3 at all. I would argue our only plan for turn 4 is maybe I cast Y'shtola. None of our playtests allowed you to, but maybe you get to cast Y'shtola if you are tremendously lucky on turn 4. But turns 1 through 3 is just like, I don't know, man. I'm hoping for the best. Which, as the control player, you have to be the cop. You have to be the mean parent. And then the late game turns are like, wow, I really hope they haven't done anything. I really hope they haven't done anything fucking cool, because again, the best control thing we can do is people can't hit me. The best control option we have is yelling, not the face, not the face, not the face. So So Jarthur, if we want to make this good, we can, but I'm going to tell you straight out, fixing this for Dual Commander and fixing this for 4-player are 2 very different paths. I do not think, unless you go really, really heavy on an infinite mana combo, you are going to get a deck that works even kind of the same in Dual Commander as it does in a 4-player pod, because in a 4-player pod, stacks becomes reasonable again. Doing these like Grand Abolisher, Mana Web, Norn's Annex style slowdown pieces, that becomes real in 4-player. In 1v1, what's real is fucking cut down. God damn you, MTG Top 8, help me out. In 1v1, what you need to give a fuck about is cut down. You have to care about cut down. You have to care about fatal push. You have to care about, like, go for the throat. And I understand in your head, you don't want to do that because you want as many things as possible to trigger Y'shtola. I can see in your curve, this is where Saw Cat Girl acted up. You're like, oh, but like more thing trigger Y'shtola equal more card draw equal good for control. Yes, excellent, yummy. And it is not everything needs to trigger Y'shtola in a 1v1 setting. In a 1v1 setting, everything needs to either be a threat or hard stop a threat, and not do the soft stopping of, okay, well now you have to pay 2 mana, dumbass. Do something about it. They're gonna do it. In 4-player Commander, these cards punch way above their weight class, because in 4-player Commander, everyone is a greedy fucking idiot. And so nobody wants to be, like, you get into a prisoner's dilemma situation in 4-player Commander where nobody wants to be the one dumbass holding up mana to pay taxes while the other 2 players are just tapping out anyway. So, like, Norn's Annex really does start to work in 4-player Commander. Propaganda's better because people can't just choose to pay life. But, like, the propaganda effects, the ghostly prison effects, people will greed out and not pay those, and they will buy you time. But in 1v1, people are just like, okay, I stuck a 5/5. I'm going to fucking punch you. Is that cool? Oh, you have to pay 4. Yeah, okay, pay 4. Is that cool? Yeah. And so if we're going to build for the 1v1, you have to be on, like, like, I would look at this particular Tivit list. 47 instants and sorceries. All of these spells say I hate you. Some of them are card advantage for the player, like Brain Surge, and like Cryptic Command can get used as card advantage, or there's things like Dark Ritual, Demonic Tutor. But the rest of it is like, fuck you, 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 twice, fuck you, thrice, fuck you, I hate you, fuck you, and go fuck yourself. And that's what you have to be on in a 1v1 situation. Yeah, there's also Death and Taxes decks for doing stacks, but even that has to be, like, that's mostly aggro weenies, and you aren't trying to, like, make hard locks. You're trying to slow people down enough that your, like, fucking 1-drops and 2-drops can beat them to death. And I know that because I play Death and Taxes in Legacy. I play one of the closer things to playing actual stacks in 1v1, so I have personal experience with how ineffectual and limp-wristed this deck is at accomplishing that. So if you want this to work, period, if there is this card has no place in here. This card is in the deck because you think it's mean and not because it does anything. If you want this deck to work, period, in bracket 4, you need a deterministic, I win the game for taking these, like, 2 or 3 game actions. Whether that is I float infinite mana into infinite casts of Brush with Death, whether it's like, you could do infinite mana into any number of infinite payoffs, whether you do some type of, like, Aristocrats infinite, because Esper can do those. Any of those are fine. But if you want to either compete in 1v1 or compete in bracket 4, you need some type of, like, I know for a fact I win game when this thing happens. I win game maybe because of preponderance of effects I have. That is you begin to get in casual territory. As soon as you want to talk about playing 1v1, as soon as you want to talk about playing high power or competitive commander, you need to have a like deterministic, this card is going to kill you. Like, for the love of God, we are on Esper good stuff and we don't have Shieldred. We have a Fursona and we do not have one of the best black cards in existence. Because this is like, hey, it's not a combo, but it is deterministic. I put a clock on you. You do not have forever to deal with me. You have 10 cards, or, you know, probably at the time this comes down, you have like 8 cards to deal with me. I feel bad for playing that Shieldred. See, Platypus, the first thing you have to cut out of your heart when you want to play 1v1 is sympathy. There is no sympathy, there is no love, there is no being a friendly guy in 1v1. You can be a friendly pilot, but all of your cards need to be like, yeah, actually you suck, what about this? So Jarthur, I love you, right? This deck is silly as hell. This deck is silly as hell, and we can fix it, but you probably need to start from the beginning, and it is an entirely different deck built for dual commander versus built for 4-player. We can get to either one, but we do have to, like, you just got to rip up the foundations for this one. You're like, what did this deck do? This deck would just kill you in a fucking heartbeat. Thank you for the 50 bits, Jarthur. So less planeswalkers, more fuck you, got it. And yeah, probably avoid Shieldred style cards too much. Yes, exactly. And I would say, like, you can keep planeswalkers if the planeswalker says fuck you. Right? Like, Teferi having a mode that says fuck you and being a very strong card. And you already have the 3 mana Teferi. But like Kaya, right? Kaya lets you exile. Says fuck you on it. Even this Liliana, this one I don't believe in it as much because it's dependent on swamps you control, and I do not think you are getting swamps reliably. But so it's the stuff like Tezzeret I don't trust. I don't trust either of the Tezzerets. I don't really trust Sorin, Vengeful Bloodlord. And I don't really trust Jace because his advantage state is not strong enough. I also don't trust the Johnny, and I don't trust Gideon of the Trials either. So if the Planeswalker does not, like, the things that cost 4 or more mana have to be really, really good. Incredibly good. Because it's unlike in casual commander, it's very normal for everybody to, like, skip a couple turns. In dual commander, every turn matters. You must have a good play every single turn. Thank you for the 100 bits. Magic Fantasyland with Tomb of Yawgmoth. Yeah, if you hit Urborg, then Liliana becomes crazy, and it may just be like, hey, I have the Hatsune Miku art. That's dope as fuck, right? There's a commander deck for that. It's not this one. Luca could even, like, I'm going to sound crazy when I say this, but if you wanted to build just a 4-player Y'shtola deck, this could go in that. It's not going to be like a hard control deck, but it's playable in 4-person. Team Chaotic Deities, are you attending MagicCon Vegas this year? Last year you signed a card for me, and this year I want to play games against the people who signed it. Got to face the bullshit you signed off on. Right now it's up in the air. It is probably no. If I am able to attend, it will be a surprise to both me and everyone at MagicCon Vegas. It would be great too, but it's probably a no. So now we need to hit a manual ad break, and then we're going to get into Bolis Brigade's deck. So subs, let's talk about Hole. Also, Nevik764, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. Oh yeah, Will, we also, somebody asked about getting, it was Nissa Flamecaller. Yes, I will refund Nissa Flamecaller's channel points reward. Oh, thank you, honey. I will be refunding Nissa Flamecaller's points reward and probably, Will, what was your rant? Oh, right, Riot being a great indie company. Also, Jarthur, thank you for the 400 bits. I will need to check on what that message is after I find Nissa Flamecaller's redeem and refund it. Okay, Nissa, you should be refunded back to the stream manager. Thank you for the 400 bits, Jarthur. You have contributed immensely to the dog pile today, and I'm very grateful for that. I will go back to the start and build one for 4 and one for 1v1. I will certainly be building a Y'shtola deck myself for 4-player, and so I will have some thoughts for you on that. For 1v1, I would like, I think really a good start is check this link, and then you want to go sort of one by one and figure out what spells on this list are good enough at mana value 3 or greater to replace their stuff in. But your template is going to look pretty similar to this, where you are trying to stop them at any cost, and you can, so you can take this and then go like one by one, be like, okay, what 3 mana or more spell do I really, really like that I'm going to put in and cut something from here over? Also, I want to eat pizza real quick because my girlfriend brought me pizza. Yes, Void Rend. Void Rend would be quite good. 3 mana, blow something up. We're on cheesy barbecue chicken. That's the pizza type, is barbecue chicken. All right. I spent 10 hours making an automatic pizza machine. What comments do you have on this endeavor in Minecraft, to be clear? You've been diagnosed, right? I'm not about to say something untoward. Because, I don't know, good job. Take a nap. Take a nap. Your watch has ended, my liege. You've done a very good job today. Okay, so we have the rant about Riot Games being a very good indie company who cares about its players. I mean, I think like I don't even know what I can rant about at this point with respect to corporatism that doesn't cover the already well-trod grounds of, to half of the people in corporate, you are not a person, you are just a number that they care about extracting value from, and the other half of people in corporate legitimately hate you. A lot of people push back on that idea and try to be like, oh, it's just the numbers. And for a lot of people, it is just the numbers. But there are some people who go into jobs in corporate America for the same reason that bullies become cops. They are people who, in childhood, nobody liked them. And so they sought power in order to force people to like them. And when that didn't work, they just want to use their power to make other people miserable. There are people in corporate America who go out of their way to make the user experience worse when they can get away with it. They don't do it all the time, because if they impact the bottom line, then the whole fucking world blows up, because everything is still moved by money. But like the idea that they are all Zuckerbergian robots and are not powered by being petulant little shitheads can be immediately disproven by perceiving Elon Musk, right? There are more people like Elon Musk than you can possibly imagine who work at each of these companies, and when user issues are brought to them, just go like, fuck them. Yeah, fuck these people. Upcharge them. So like, yeah, the beatings will continue until morale improves, because World of Warcraft is going through the same thing where there's like DDoS attacks are happening. A lot of hardcore players are losing their characters because they're getting like snap disconnected in the middle of playing. Like, they just do not give a fuck unless it impacts the bottom line, and some of them legitimately relish in the disdain of the populace, because there's a lot of like, in as cringy a way you can imagine, there are numerous white collar workers who like to pretend that they are the Joker because people were mean to them in high school. You can see this with Elon Musk for sure. But there are a ton of people who go like, oh, well, you don't like me because I make decisions that value profit over humanity? Well, I'll show you a bad guy. Let's get evil. And then they lean into being a completely vapid asshole. And there are plenty of people who care about you that work in corporations, but they typically don't make it as far as corporate. They typically remain like employees that don't advance far enough because they're not dickheads. Maybe there are a couple like individual gems that make it far, but for the most part, it is just like it's Elon Musk's all the way down. All right. We're gonna need more Luigis. Dude, yes, I cannot wait for the sequel to Luigi's Mansion, starring hit video game character Luigi, who is the only Luigi I would be talking about at present moment. I fucking love this guy. I fucking love Luigi. Luigi has hit the Gamer Sub sponsor deal. No! Yeah, this dude's awesome. I need him and his brother to get it going. All right, let's move on to Bolis Brigade's spooky deck. Primers in Moxfield. Afterlife is Forever. Oh god, not a fucking Mercule deck. Okay. So I think we've seen one of these before. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. For real though, I wish people would stop acting like the Luigi we know we're talking about actually did it. That's what the cops want you to think. Very true. We are immensely far from the guilt of Luigi Mangione being proven. That said, I am very confident that if I pulled up a picture of that gentleman and said something affirmative, I would get banned from Twitch instantly. Because corporations don't play by actual rules. Corporations just want to tell you facsimiles of rules that they want you to play by. And so yes, the guilt of Luigi Mangione has not been proven in any way, shape, or form. I think the cops have already kind of pulled an OJ where they slipped on a banana peel and fucked up the like chain of custody of evidence. And so the trial aside, I've seen many instances of people getting their channels demonetized, getting banned from Twitch for speaking positively about it, regardless of whether you talk about like, oh, you know, because I don't think he did it and I think he's going to show how unfair the legal system is. Like, none of that matters to Jeffrey if you slide across their desk. Okay, so Miracle. This is a commander I think is quite bad because you have to spend 7 mana before you can even begin playing with yourself. In Abzan, that is like quarter speed. So non-synergy removal. This is very reasonable of you. I think you need a fair amount if you want to live this late in the commander game. Non-synergy draw. Fuck yeah. All right, 4 pieces, but 1 can repeat. I'm going to hope I'm going to pray to you that we have some synergy draw. When we die, our bodies become the grass. Let's see, did you hide the infinite in here? No. Good boy. All right, maybe we've tagged the infinite somewhere else. I mean, Arguel's is bad. Who gives a fuck? It's card draw. No, shut the fuck up. The world, Spellbreaker, the world needs bad draw. The world needs Arguel's Bloodfast. If you are a commander player and you're like, oh, I want to build, what is this? A spooky? If you are a commander player and you're like, I want to build a spooky deck and I need a card draw engine, Arguel's Bloodfast is fucking perfect. It is a bad rate, but it is something you can do if you are flooding and you have nothing else to do. You know what Arguel's Bloodfast is? This is fucking downside protection. It is not gas. It is not gas at all. You should probably be playing it with greed on top of it, but it is fucking neuron activation. For turn 2, I did something. Turn 3, have I missed my land drop? I get to do something to try and fix it. The fact that better options exist does not disqualify the fact that the world needs bad card draw for the casual tables. Bone Collectors. Okay, so these are enchantment ETB triggers. We have a little bit of drain. We have a little bit of -1/-1. Card draw, drain, card draw. Okay. And then we can maybe pay into getting an XX. Hater shit. Guess I'll die. Okay, so we have destroy something, can't be regenerated. So what's this curve look like? It should look... So we have a lot of 2-mana spells, and I'm presuming a lot of this is just on our ramp bodies. Honestly, this is just here because it says bone and it's decent. Fucking got him. Fucking got him. Literally no comeback. Oh, this is big mana. Did you miss the 19 dorks? Did we miss the 19 1 to 3 drop mana dorks? Okay, so we have a sack outlet. We have... Okay, yeah, please God don't remove my 7 mana commander. Whenever a creature dies, lose 2, gain 2. Oh, we have a discard synergy. Interesting. A little bit of theft. Oh, this one's quite good. Do we exile it to... Yeah, that kind of sucks for... exile it, but... Yeah, so Shieldred is like a mini non-bow, but it's not... I don't think it's devastatingly so. Okay, then we have token drain. So we're just kind of sitting here. We're Anthrax. That's our job. That's our job at the table, is we are necrotizing fasciitis, and we are just hoping that you ignore us long enough that I can put like 18 different drain pieces down and win that way. All right, so we have Elves of Deep Shadow. Okay. I like this first hand. We have a ton of mana shit to play. We drop, I don't know, Fyndhorn Elves. Drop this guy. Drop this guy. So now we can drop Comball. We can have the eyes of the table. We can have the eyes of the table turn ominously towards us. So now we can give our commander protection from everything. We're only on 6 mana though. So I guess we kind of hold this up. Turn 4, we probably don't have to like get super active. We have 7 mana. We play Mercule because we're fucking maniacs. We have a 7/5 now. We are the problem. Okay, we can get a sack trigger on a land. And then we like flash in Vexilus Praetor when they try to do something mean to us. Is there anything we actually like want to sacrifice though? Not really. So now we just kind of keep waiting. The waiting dismays me because we have one piece of sorcery speed interaction. Spooky, maybe we can get away with this, and maybe we've gained enough life that we're not like supremely concerned about the person building an ominous board state. Yeah, so we Mondrak for 4. We tap out Sack Dork. Haha! Neuron activation. Me have 2 Dork. This is basically infinite mana. And then we get Arbor Elf down. Okay, this is the card that's gonna save us. Is Evo Leap, because now we can go like, alright, float a green, tap Arbor Elf to untap the land, use the green to sack Arbor Elf to get a new creature, which is Shieldred Whispering one. I have double Arbor Elf. Now I have Shieldred Whispering one. However, the goddamn non-bow has happened because we have nothing good in our graveyard to do. But we have a immensely threatening card, but we have a commander with protection from goddamn everything. So we make everybody sacrifice. We're very, very mean to them. Over the course of it, we sack Elves of Deep Shadow to the same thing, and we're just making like... We're making great, great abundances of mana, and we get to go to Hard Bristle Bandit. On our next turn, we immediately feed into Evolutionary Leap again. Because we're just fucking like that. That's not a creature. Okay, we get Deathrite Shaman. We play Deathrite Shaman, and we fucking feed him to the meat grinder. And we make 2 Deathrite Shamans. And now at long last, we can resolve Comball. Does this do anything? We can do a little bit of token drain. But not a whole lot else. Probably the best thing we can do is Destiny Spinner. I make a 10/10. That sounds okay. So in this playtest, what we're good at, floating 1,000,000 mana. What we're bad at is dealing with threats. I do not, for once, I legitimately, like, are we playing this because you have this specific art and you think it's dope? I can at least work with you on that, but like this really does feel like we're just doing it to hold Leap cannot sack the tokens as well. These are no longer creatures, Stifey. It's mostly just to kill the ops guys a little bit. So I don't like that. I do not like this Shieldred as a control piece because you, notably, have 1 card in hand. People know that you have a lot of mana and not a lot to do with it in the average game plan. And so when you stick Shieldred, what's going to happen is everybody fucking hates you. Even if you try to hold your hands up and go, no, 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 don't splatter me. I'm not reanimating anything big. They're going to go like, yeah, I don't want to fucking sacrifice my creatures. Fuck you, dog. I think the way the deck is currently built, you definitely have to little bean a little bit. The token doublers kind of work. I don't super believe in your ability to drain the table out. I think what I believe in more, the way the deck is currently built, is your ability to like, holy fuck, I float 20 mana anyway. This is kind of what you have going on right now, is you have a deck that doesn't draw cards particularly well, but does make a shitload of mana particularly well. So this playtest makes me believe in Argyl's Bloodfast even more. 2 mana for 1 card is a terrible rate, but you have an Amex black card. You do not give a fuck about the rate. But I do think chucking in the usual suspects for Abzan X spells is going to be good for you. I do not think we put Gary in here. I do not think our black devotion gets that high. I think our green devotion is much higher. But we could do Torment of Hailfire. If you find Torment of Hailfire too boring, there are even some like white overrun cards. How do I search for X in cost? Oh, I can just type X into text because they'll have rules text elaborating on what the X does. No, just the fucking letter X. Oh, mana X. Okay. Okay, so if you wanted to do abundantly fair things, which so far we're on pretty abundantly fair things, you can have, hey look, big creature. I think this is probably too weak for any realistic commander game. But this is the same type of thing. This doesn't matter for you because you are just dumping all of your creatures. Blot Out the Sky would be a hilarious way to take... Oh, yeah, I didn't read the Moxfield primer. Hold on. I cut the infinites, then I cut most of the token synergies. including the token generators from Constellation. The only remaining ones are Mondrak, who could himself be a token and turn my other creatures into bones. Hazel, who turns my non-mana dork bones into mana dorks, and Team of Work with Bats and combo. Okay, when do you say you don't like X spells? The reason I didn't go full Enchantress, most Enchantress cards look for casting. Yes, that makes sense. High density of pain lands to rush to 20 to get indestructible. That's dope. Goal of deck is to ramp into Mercule, play creatures that are good whether or not they have a body, and then a slow bleed game plan when creatures get turned into bones. I've also put in a few cards that jumpstart the bone conversion process. So I don't understand what part of the primer is counter to what we identified from looking at the deck list. This looks very much like what the deck list wants to be doing. We're on very much a token game plan right now. I just don't believe in it. I believe in the Bone Collectors part for the first... Oh, you didn't sack the creatures that weren't mana dorks? I mean, that doesn't really change how the game is going to play. I could sack Mondrak, sure, we get one more. Like, I think the deck works as... this is another Ocelot Pride situation where the deck works as is. I like it versus what we saw last time from Mercule. But what I think could be better is that you are progressing the game state in a way that is so telegraphed as to be deleterious. Yes, I know last time was also you, Bolis. I do remember. I do know that we're looking at version 2 of your Miracle deck. So anyway, now we have gone so telegraphed. Because last time we had the like, oh, this deck kind of farts around and then, waha, I'm infinite, which was bad. And now we've gone so far in the other direction that you definitely have fair. You definitely have much more well built than last time. I do think we are now so telegraphed to the point of shutting down our own game plan. Like, we went from being kind of a duelist to being the Pacergram fitness test, and you're not speeding up. You would want to be the IRL Pacergram fitness test where the beeps get faster and faster and faster as time goes on. And right now, I really like what the deck is doing to get everybody to 20 life. And I think the point of the game where you have to go from like 20 life to 0, you're giving people a really, really long time to find an answer to you. I do view this as a successful rehabilitation. So let's see, we have some removal. We don't have any ramp. I think, real talk, I would mulligan that. So that's free mulligan. Great, we have Skull Prophet, and we have a ramp creature. This hand's good. We out here fixing mana values. We out here... Probably playing Yawgmoth, because we just bitches like that. We out here playing Sanctum Weaver. Woof. Then turn 5. Okay, so now we're on 7, right? Now we play Mercule. If anybody tries to do anything to Mercule, we insta-sack these dorks to draw 2, but I'd rather not do it right now because we don't have a doubler, so we don't get to double dip. Or actually, no, I will do it to Skull Prophet. On someone else's turn, I will pay a life, and I will turn Skull Prophet into an enchantment because it will power up Sanctum Weaver, and that lets us draw a card. Then we get to land drop, and then we get to fuck Elish Norn, hold my nuts. Okay. And then I think we keep this as a creature and we just hold up Yawgmoth's ability as a potential way to like protect it. If someone else tries to exile it or something, then we sacrifice it to Yawgmoth's ability, but otherwise we just go, yeah, hold my dick, here's Elish Norn. Now we do Avatar of Woe, sack Avatar of Woe. Now that it's an enchantment, I believe it no longer has summoning sickness, and so now we just blow up more shit, and we can slowly but surely beat everybody to death with Elish Norn and our moderately wide board. Okay. I like that. Does the deck want an Opalescence to turn the creatures that are just enchantments back into creatures? I don't know, because our mana cost is so low. We're not going to turn them. This would then, we would have to do Mercurial Game Plan into I play Opalescence into I then cast Craterhoof, which is a lot to ask for. I don't think I like that more than what the deck's already doing. I do think, Bolis, you are overestimating how much you just want to be like immediately sacking all of these good creatures. I think you want to be playing them as fucked up evil creatures, and then if they die, they die. There's not many that we like want to sacrifice actively. And then at this point, I think the game is like mostly ours. Like, we could play this, we could... I'm going to play Sir Conrad and sack him because I think he's the worst creature we have. And now we get to Arguel's Bloodfast. And now we just kind of just fucking let it rock. What happens if he gets a swords? We just fucking replay him. But what I think this deck would benefit from is more of those maybe mana dump draw engines. What really, really carried the first playthrough was having Evolutionary Leap. So I would either like put tutors to get Evolutionary Leap. I think you could probably afford an Enlightened Tutor in this deck, because the best target would be either Arguel's Bloodfast, Evolutionary Leap, or a deck with this much ramp. I do think you want Greed. I think you have enough enchantment synergies that this is just another better copy of Arguel's Bloodfast. And if your opening hand is like, I ramp into Greed and then I use Greed to kind of keep the game plan going, that's awesome. The biggest point of weakness I see is that the game plan is focused enough that we always have game actions to take, but then we end up with our hand empty. Bloodfast was chosen over Greed because it turns into a sack outlet. That makes some kind of sense if you go down to 5 life. My argument is that you want both. This deck is 100% hurting for card draw. Greed would replace Read the Bones. Or if you want, this thing is going to be a sack outlet. You can do Erebos, who will eventually be a creature. Same text as Arguel's. Oh, but he's not going to be a sack outlet. Yeah, if you really Read the Bones got that shit on, then I can keep pointing at shit, man. You need card draw in here. I don't care how much you like any of these cards. At some point, we could replace a random card with Greed and it will make the deck work better. Just because of how much Evo Leap was holding the deck together in that first playtest. You could, yeah. Oh, you mean the little guy who's not doing a single goddamn thing for you in the entire deck? I also agree, potentially you could swap that man out. The 1/3 with no combat relevant keywords to benefit off of opponent discard that you're not forcing? I do in fact agree, potentially. Potentially. Why the fuck are we saying risky shortcut? I mean, like, sure, bringing us... Oh, he could force the discard on himself. Well, okay, so he is a mana dump to force discard once a turn. So much worse than greed. So much worse than greed. Kazoe1, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Ooh. This guy's hot. This guy doesn't have that shit on, but also has this shit on, if you feel me. This would be another good mana dump. Is massive creature that you could use to control the board while also drawing your deck. It does rely on Mercule a lot, but like even if we don't have Mercule out, this is just a great fucking creature to stick. If you just ramp into play Villas, terrifying turns. So like the things I think you could ease up on are things like Mirkwood Bats. I legitimately don't believe that much in. I know you might, but I think we should have more draw to get to our better creatures that can either beat people to death, or we want more draw to draw into like, oh hey, the Mercule game plan worked. The most common outcome of the Mercule game plan is that I can put everyone else in crushing credit card debt. There you go, Spellbreaker. Are you happy now? Hungry Boys 6, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So, Bolis, you've built the deck to do two things very, very, very well. You've built the deck to ramp into Mercule and be able to sacrifice stuff, but it's typically you're sacrificing mana dorks. And so the biggest end game situation you're going to get yourself into is I have a lot of mana and I have one card in hand, and that one card in hand does not let me win the game because we have a shitload of mana. And so the two ways to fix that, or the three ways I guess, is we could go Constellation game plan on the ETBs. Because if you do like Archon of Sun's Grace, Calyx Guided by Fate, boom, all of your non-token sacks replace themselves with tokens, but then we're leaning more into like a wide beatdown strategy. Calyx I legitimately don't know about, because Calyx needs to get his swings in. Like, I do think leaning more into the Constellation requires a much larger overhaul than we currently have. God, you would even take this if it wasn't so expensive and also totally out of your colors. Okay, so if we're still on, we need ways to convert. This could come back in just to get a bunch of 2/2 lifelinkers. We could do Boon of the Spirit Realm, but it's pretty expensive. I actually don't believe in Calyx, because we're never going to be enchanting Calyx, and we're never going to be enchanting our other creatures. And so I don't believe in the power of like our 2/2 or maybe our 3/3 to get a lot of swings through. I think we have Eidolon of Blossoms already. So everybody's seconding and thirding Eidolon of Blossoms. Hell yeah, you're so correct, and so is Bolis. But I do think we've done a really good job of planning out our first like 5 turns, and we do not have an end game. We do not even have inklings of our end game. And it is good that you have the first 4 to 5 turns down pat. Like this hand, we would mulligan. Okay, we have a land untapper, and we have a lot of removal, but we also have Hazel. So we will fucking hope for the best. I bog a bitch. I play Eidolon, draw a card. I Hazel. I probably Shoulder of the Apocalypse, just be a dickhead. See, and here, this is immediately where the lack of card draw is beginning to hurt. We're on turn 5, turn 6, and we do not have anything particularly imposing. We have a good Death Touch blocker, which is the best part of our current game plan, and we have a creature-based rant piece that we want to sacrifice, and another thing that we want to sacrifice, but we can't yet because we don't have Mercule out. And most of the things in our hand are interaction, which can help us persist into the late game, or stuff that we like can't get to yet, stuff that's like not useful for us yet. And to get around that, when you have this like, I have this big subset of things I want to play before my commander, and I have this big subset of things I want to play after my commander, you generally need to temper that with card draw to avoid getting to all these situations where we're just kind of stuck waiting for things like, now that Bloom Tenders come down, now we're going to be unlocked, but now it's turn 8. The dragon player is feasting on our anus. It is too late for Bloom Tender to save us. But oh, this hand's about to fucking cook everybody. And look at this. I have things that are mostly dead in hand. I don't want to bone splinters my Birds of Paradise. I can't play Conrad the Grim. But I can fucking play Exotic Orchard to tap for black instead of that forest, and I can draw 2 fucking cards. And look at that. I was gonna be flooded. I'm still flooded, actually. But now, I can draw 2 more fucking cards. And I can dump some of all these goddamn lands. Holy shit, what is happening? We probably board wipe. But let's compare. Let's do the 1-to-1 comparison on, wow, we flooded so fucking bad. Imagine how shitty that game would have been without Arguel's Bloodfast. Or without like any, or Greed, or any of the repeatable card draw engines we've been suggesting to you. Like if you, this is not a deck that can trust in Yugi. You are not playing blue, so God has not chosen you. You are not playing mono green, and so God is not sympathetic to your plight. You are very, very vulnerable to poor top decking. And so when things like this happen, and it could have happened the opposite way. Maybe we get those like 3 lands, and then all we do is rip our like big shithead targets. Yeah, like we just do that instead. And let's pretend we don't get any of, we just get all these guys instead. You are in just as bad a position. And so I think, no, single combat's the best spell in the game. Don't listen to Spellbreaker. Single combat's dope as fuck. They got that, it's got that shit on. W, Riz, Nahiri mentioned, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, keep single combat. But you do have to, well, not, you don't have to do anything. You can continue playing bad Magic just as long as you want to. But cannot recommend enough. Find a spot for Greed. Don't find a spot for the last ride, but I'm going to mention the last ride because I like it so much. This is like the worst version of the thing you want, but these like repeatable pay life, pay mana, me get card. Yes, your deck can already shit mana. It's lack of ability, but it is card constipated. It is card stipated. Oh yeah, the Erebos thing. And so you need to have some goddamn fiber in your diet, and you need to begin paying life to draw some goddamn cards. Because this is also going to sprint you towards, okay, Mercule is now indestructible, and every single redundancy of this effect that you add is going to increase the chance that you are no longer constipated, and instead of having all of your dog shit be trapped inside you, you can spray it on everybody else. And I think if you fix the card draw issue, you would need even less help from the X spells, but I would recommend at least one X spell. I would pick your favorite. I would pick your favorite from this list. Necropotence can go fuck itself, first of all. Guys, the whole point of this deck is to make something responsible and spooky, which we have mostly succeeded on. So why the fuck are we trying to force feed these like incredibly powerful cards? You could do like Decree of Justice if you want to win through combat. We do not want to fucking delve. Holy shit. There's more combat. We don't want to be reanimating things. You could like fucking exponential growth something. We already covered Exsanguinate. You could Finale of Devastation if you want to be a little shithead. Same goes for like Finale of Glory is probably the best one for white. You could fucking ooze them. You could fucking Genesis Wave, which would not actually be a great finisher because you would just flip a bunch of other things that can't end the game. You could Hurricane to tie the game. So like there's a million things. I would look through the X spells and see if you think any of them have that shit on, and I would pull at least one in to help you close out the game once everybody has access to like 10 mana. I think you win the race to 10 mana, but once everybody has like 6 land drops and some mana rocks, anything you're doing is worse than what they're doing. And so you need some big mana stuff so that if you've gotten your little Mercule trickery off, you can translate it into like, oh hey, by the way, what if you gave me all your fucking blood? What if you gave me all of your fucking blood right now? But I do think this is great rehab. I think you avoided the like... You avoided like a lot of random good stuff. I think you kept the board wipes on theme. You definitely have a few things that are like, yeah, this is a pet card, but Spooky has room for pet cards. And I just think, like, you could even shave the ramp 1 or 2 for this card draw section. But the only thing that is missing right now, in a big way is me need draw card. Draw card good, win game, yes. So I'll say this is like, you're kind of halfway between tuned and greedy. You're tuned on mana. You are incredibly, incredibly greedy in terms of just hoping that your card draw is going to be fine. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Nick. Just stick this on a land. You're now paying life. You're getting down to 20. You're drawing a card. Drawing a card. Losing life. Both of these are also fine. They're not going to they're not going to fix the issue to the extent that you still have to add greed. You still have to add greed. Holy shit, do you still have to add greed. But you can put those in as well, and you can at least swap those for lands, and those can be like minor bailouts. All right, so now we're going to move on to Renicide's deck, but we need to hit another manual ad break, so I'll be back in just a few minutes. No Keurig, no Peer into the Abyss. Stop suggesting scary bullshit for our silly, funny, haunted house deck. I will return in just a moment. Thank you all for your patience. still not back. Get fucked. I need water. All right. We're back. $7 on the toupee. You think I paid someone else money for this fucking hairline? This hairline was purchased for me via a deal between a witch who hated me and my mom. Okay, she got tricked. I don't know what she gained. I hope it was worth it. This is not a $1,000 hair system. This isn't even a $7 hair system. This is vengeance from a bog witch, you stupid motherfucker. God. $25 for the used pop filter? Yes. Ontario, I'm going to refund your rant because we're already, we vamped too hard today. And then Harva Hall, if I've missed your personal question, I will answer that. Also, Volps, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. Do you think Monster Hunter could make a good Universes Beyond set? Not particularly, actually, because I think most of the actual engagement with Monster Hunter is based on, respectfully, I don't see any boobs. Pass. So anyway, you could have like monsters flipping into equipment, but I think one of the best things about Monster Hunter is that they don't give you like actual hard DPS rankings or like actual, like it's very difficult to know for a fact how much better you are on one weapon than on any other weapon, because most of the game is just you being like, oh holy shit, I got that shit on. And you can have hard numbers on the upgrades between weapon to weapon, but so many weapons are so like setup focused or aura focused that you don't get that kind of like World of Warcraft thing where it's like, oh, on the DPS chart it said you were bad, so stop playing this ever. And Magic is not consistent with that. Magic, there would have to be some like very strict numbers attached to this good, this bad, ha ha ha. You could maybe get like a secret lair. You could get a secret lair for sure. I just don't think you could get a set. I don't think you could get like a Final Fantasy or a Fallout set, but I think you could get a few things where we got like, okay, we get Rathalos. Okay, we get like Quemetries. We get like, you know, we get maybe 5 to 10 cards. But I think getting more than that begins to stretch imagination. All right, so now we've got Renaside, who has submitted something silly, scary. I don't know if people have internalized this yet, but anytime I see silly, scary on a deck submission, I'm like, okay, this person fucked up. If you think your deck stands in both camps of bad as possible and good as possible, that is, I'm stepping into the hot tub and I have Crohn's disease behavior. You are risking, oh, it's supposed to be spooky. Okay. Is it supposed to be spooky, scary, or silly, spooky? Cheating with Naya. Excellent. Naya deck made it cheat out big guys. Jokes aside, okay, so probably spooky, scary. Oh, silly, spooky. Got it. I set the restriction of no Eldrazi. Deck was originally made to beat a 5-color good stuff deck. Holds the honor of defeating Nerd Girl in the first anniversary game night they did. Excuse the land base, I haven't fixed it yet. Okay, so what I will do for you, because I love you, Renaside, because I was the best man at your wedding and I still hold that honor in my heart, I'm going to pretend that your lands are fixed. When we do the playtesting, I will say 37, probably enough. and we will just assume the colors work themselves out and that you have fixed the land base in paper. So 37, that's fine. 5 pieces of card draw, you stupid Naya son of a bitch. You stupid dipshit. This is how they got to you, right? We don't have a single... You know red can draw cards, right? Even green can. You know that, right? You don't have to wait until 4 mana and hope that you're also flopping a big dong onto the board to get that card. You can just draw the card. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you don't know, bro. You don't fucking know. Creatures have haste. Sacrifice to get... Did you just forget what Rhythm of the Wild was? Let me help you out. You obviously can't read based on the card draw section. Did you just forget this card and you were like, I know there's something like it. I know there's something like it. God, boy howdy, if there was only some way to give my creatures haste, then maybe one day I could play with the big boys. Islor get banned for not keeping up with the ranting. So Rhythm of the Wild is not for the card draw, it's for Fires of Yavimaya. Right? This is gives haste, it gives maybe +2/+2. None of these bitches need +2/+2. You have a 12/12, a 6/6, a 5/7, a 7/7, a 5 damn. A 6/6. You're good. We want to double it, we can talk about it. We don't need +2/+2. But my tokens won't have Riot. No. Yeah, what's this? It's the brick, bro. What? I knew this was going to be a mana brick because we were on Naya cheat stuff out. I knew that we were going to be on Naya mana brick, and yet somehow we still were like, but I gotta make sure as many spells as possible compete with my commander. I gotta have as many things to do as possible other than cast Mael. Okay, so we have 30 big boys, so this is never missing once it connects. God, I hate you, but also you're right. I hate you and you're right. I was gonna say, fuck this card, get Lurking Predators, and then you have it. You dipshit. Okay. You know? Okay, you know? I hate you. First and foremost, I hate you. I want you to know that. I want you to internalize. I want you to internalize that I fucking hate you. But let's playtest it and see how many times I get to Vine Boom you for not having reasonable card draw. Alright. We play a tap land because I'm a fucking loser. I get a mountain. As we've covered, your colors are fixed. I will still treat tap lands as tap lands. I'll pretend this is a good land. I'll play Kodama's Reach. Okay. I waste one of my win cons. Excellent. This was a good investment of 5 turns, as I waste one of my win cons. But now I finally get to draw a card. I play a land. I don't have Zakama mana yet. I do have Avacyn mana. I play Avacyn, and I hope that nobody's mean to me. I hate you. I hate you. I play Terror of the Peaks. Oh no. I have no other mana dumps because this is the greediest deck I have seen in my entire fucking life. We have Zakama mana, so we play this, we untap Zakama, we mile, how many? Yeah, it's top 5. Okay, we get Old Gnawbone, we float infinite fucking mana at this point. Holy shit, move both of them, thank you. Alright, we float infinite fucking mana because we hit with Avacyn, we hit with Moonshaker. We make 1,000,000 treasures. All these guys. We get all these guys. Oh good, Soul of the Harvest. Excellent. You little bitch. You little bitch. Creatures can't attack me. Why is it always? Why does Naya always devolve into you can't touch me back? Why is Gruul always like, oh yeah, I'm strong as shit, try to fight me, little man, you can't? And then Naya is always, ooh woo, please don't be mean to me, I only have the best board presence in the entire United States territories. Okay, so turn 8. This board's okay. I'll give it a 3 out of 10. I'll give it a 3 out of 10. This board's fine. Oh, we had this out. Oh. Oh. I love disasters that could have been avoided with one fucking piece of card draw. Oh, I love watching the Naya players suffer a fate that they could have ducked immediately with one fucking responsible magic card. Oh, cast Flawless Maneuver just to not discard it to hand size. Oh, yes. Alright, fine. I mean, so now at this point we want to be casting from our hand just because if we don't cast from our hand, we discard to hand size. Okay, now we're on 7. Fuck it, Stalking Vengeance. Hope this guy gets a free hit because someone else board wiped. Okay, and then we basically win because of Kodama. So the thing that I am concerned about, other than your mental state, is we kind of take our sweet fucking time to get to the cheating, and we have so much cheating that it almost seems like any time we could activate Mael's ability, it's probably more likely that I just have a really good thing in my hand that I'd rather cast. I think our ramp is like, I feel like we almost want to invest more in 4 mana ramp, like Sky Shroud Claim. I'm not going to echo what our ops are saying, which is like, oh, you want to turbo Mael as quickly as possible, or what I'm saying. Like, I do not think getting Mael down as quickly as possible means anything, because Mael is a card that says, I'm blank unless you have 6 mana. Mael is actually pretty fine as a turn 5 commander. Or if you ramp really, really well, play it turn 4, and then untap turn 5, cheat something. And so if we want that, yeah, of course we have the fucking Soul Ring. You fucking maniac. You dipshit. Yeah. You drop her on turn 3, she just gets shot in the head, and then your whole day is over. So you probably want to trade at least one of these 3 mana ramp options for... Holy shit, man. Cut this. Yeah, we cut Greenweaver Druid. So the things that are going to get you killed are your deck is very vulnerable to board wiping. If you play Avacyn, you're not vulnerable to anything because you're a gigantic piece of shit who plays Avacyn. If you don't play Avacyn, your whole life ends as soon as anybody else Wrath of Gods. If you already know that that is a weakness in your deck, and you are totally unwilling to commit enough interaction to save yourself, which 4 is like, I'll save myself sometimes, and sometimes I will just make poopy noises as I die. Don't make your ramp double down on being creatures. This one's fine because you sack in response. Gwenna is like so much upside, sure, but Greenweaver and Knotvine, this is saying, please, sir, please board wipe me. I don't want my deck to function at all into anybody that can kill creatures. I wish to die. So I would cut both Greenweaver and Knotvine, and I would play like 4 mana massive ramp spells. This is also even oh no, that wouldn't do anything. Yes, I would recommend dropping the mana dorks for sorcery speed ramp, at least one of which should be Sky Shroud Claim, and I would probably look for another. I did not get. That's Oracle text. Is this like tag? O tag. It's O tag, not normal tag. And again, we don't want these to be creatures, so I'm kind of sprinting through to look for the one that's going to be appropriate. You do Cartographers, which is not very good. This would at least be removal, which holy shit your deck needs. You could do Circuitous Route if you didn't want it to be crazy strong. This would be this would be goofy as shit though. Oh my god, this would be goofy as fuck. At the beginning of upkeep, put a land card on the field, which you won't have. But if you're the Monarch, put a creature on the field. You have enough of these, so if this tickles your brain in the way it tickles mine, you would want to replace a cheat effect rather than just throw this in on top. But I like this more than Elvish Piper, quite frankly, just because I love Monarch. I love jingling keys to make everybody kill each other. Oh yeah, you could just explosive vegetation. So the things you're cheating in, unfortunately, real as hell. All of these cards rip ass, and I do hate you for it. This definitely seems like you're on a race to 6 mana. I don't even know what the fuck we have in here that's 5 mana, but like we have a couple 4 mana gods. I don't think you have enough card draw. I rarely think that anybody has enough card draw, but like holy fuck does this deck not have enough card draw. You could even do you could even do incredibly greedy card draw like Rishkar's Expertise or like Last March of the Ents. But if you're going to be on, hey, I would like enough mana to buy a small country, this is the type of shit you probably want to be on. Maul, I'm going to need you to calm down helping this man. I will have to deal with the consequences of your action. Hey, listen, Zealot, based on all the playtests, you have approximately 5 turns to knife this dude in the neck before they do a single fucking thing. Before they do a single goddamn thing, you have a clean 5 turns to punch them in the head. Alright, so we use our friendly mulligan. If I see any of the cards I wanted you to cut, I'm gonna pretend that they're good. What the hell, man? What the hell? No, what's the fucking... Crazy. 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 Imagine if there was an overrun effect that synergized with our commander. Imagine the world the Naya players could live in if they could read any of the fucking cards they put in their deck instead of going animals. Mael likes animals. Yes. Yum. Me kill you. So I would dump Overrun for Earthshaker or Rumbleweed. I personally like Rumbleweed more, but we have to assume that your new land base has a shitload of like fetch lands. If it doesn't, Earthshaker's better because you're more likely to be able to hardcast it. So anyway, we go down to 6. I think we can make this work with 6. We're going to put a Tali to the bottom, even though we love her and she's very silly. She's probably not good enough. All right. We just continue fucking skipping turns because we're not hitting any ramp spells. We play we play a mile just to feel something. Turn 5. We continue doing nothing. Now we play Kodama, and if people don't hate us, they hate us now. But this is another thing of like, we got to 6 mana and we don't even want to activate Mile. We just want to play Kodama of the East Tree. And now we can play the Mystic, but for the pleasure of playing the Mystic, we can put the Windbrisk Raptor onto field. And that allows us to hold up mana for Heroic Intervention. Now next turn, it's like everything's sick. We have... Oh, and we get a free land. Next turn, everything's sick because we have Kodama. Everything has lifelink. We can activate Mael, fucking flop out. Honestly, Defense of the Heart probably works out better. Turn 8, other people have stuff. But this is like 3 turns slower than it needs to be because we're not hitting enough of our ramp. So I wouldn't even after you make those trades in ramp, you probably want more ramp in general. You have so many massive creatures that like, oh, this hand looks like dog shit, gonna be beautiful. See, there's Zakama. We have so many big dickheads, we're never afraid of hitting Zakama. Or I'll do Gwenna first, actually. Harrow. Fuck these people. Fuck these people. They don't know what we're about. They don't know that I'm floating 6 mana because I hate them. Then I think we get our land drop for this turn too. Boom! Zakama! Fuck you twice. Then I hang out. Then I hang out. I don't think Nature's Will does anything, but we just play a Mile. And now we just hope. Like, now we're in the spot where, okay, we can flip Borigomos. We probably flip Old Gnawbone. And we just try to make $1 million. And then we can't even untap, so we just pass. Or we play Xenaghost, give something, haste, trample, make $1 million, pass. And so after we count so high, we win. Turn 7. Right, we threaten lethal on whichever person we think has a board wipe, and we make a shitload of money. And all we needed to get there was land drop every turn, 2 pieces of ramp. Right now we are overemphasizing all of the magical things. Like, we're overemphasizing the cheating in a deck that can just that just makes the money anyway. Like, this is, oh my god, it's that fucking Key and Peele skit about how they're gonna rob the bank by just getting jobs working at the bank and collecting paychecks. That is all your cheatery. With how many big assholes and how much ramp you have in the deck, you're just going like, yeah, man, just wait. I've cracked the code. I'm fucking blowing the doors off this whole mana cheating shit. Did you know that you can play a card that will give you more lands than you are supposed to have during that turn of the game? Did you know that if you do that and then you play another card that gives you more lands than you are supposed to have, I could cast Soul of the Harvest way before a motherfucker thinks I could? Do you get what I'm saying, Josh? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I could cast Soul of the Harvest on turn 4. Literally, my friend talking about how he was cheating the university by attending all non-obligatory classes. Yeah. Did you know lands untap every turn? That's infinite mana. Like, if this deck takes infinite turns, holy shit, it goes infinite. So I do agree that we are actually kind of like hunting grounds. Okay, so let's walk through some hypotheticals, because there's nothing a commander player loves more than a bad faith hypothetical. So, Mevo, thank you for interacting for the Twitch overlords. I appreciate you. So let's do a bad faith hypothetical. Hello, Rowan. For hunting grounds to be good, we need to have a lot of cards in graveyard. I think the most realistic way this deck gets a lot of cards in graveyard is we have been shot a ton. If we have been shot a ton, we probably no longer have creature spells in our hand. I think this is what I'm going to call a soft non-bow, where it's not deterministic, but if hunting grounds has gotten turned on by us being board wiped, or by us having cast a million ramp spells, I think our hand is empty anyway. In contrast, I think Lurking Predators goes fucking crazy in this deck. You have a third of your deck is hits. I almost never cast from my hand with this deck. And then I think that's like you're playing bad on purpose to turn on Hunting Grounds, which is also bad. Like you can say, oh, well, I just won't play from hand. I'll just activate my L to keep my hand totally full. When you have optimal shit to be playing out of your hand, my man, or my girl, or my creature, depending on what gender you subscribe to. Like, at the point when we begin going like, oh, I have this good card in my hand, but I won't play it so that I can hold it up for Hunting Grounds, then the card is beginning to drag us down, and you're just putting it in to feel like you're cheating, when in reality you're paying for every fucking spell. You're spending 6 mana to flip a 6 mana creature. Right? It's like you're cheating. The amount of cheating you are perpetrating is, oh my god, what if I had drawn a card? What if I was 2 cards deeper in my deck than they would have expected me to? Which for Naya, they think it's cheating. For blue, you're like, you mean a normal fucking game? And I think Hunting Grounds is one of those cards. Versus Lurking Predators, which is like, this is set up to do exactly what you want 100% of the time. Kodama, you at least get to like have a couple crazy good turns. Defense of the Heart, also insane. Monster Manual, also don't believe in, because again, you're cheating for the sake of calling it cheating, not because you actually want to cheat. Like, this is very 6-year-old who has learned how to lie for the first time, and they're trying to tell lies so that they can feel like a little sneaker, and not because they actually want to get away with anything. And then, like, Nature's Will, sure, this is fucked up, win more, but you get to have those. See, Bright Hearth I actually like because this is like air quotes cheating and actually good payoff. It is, I turn my 6 mana get 1 creature into 8 mana get 2. That's pretty fucked. Selvala Stampede, awesome, because you're revealing from the deck. So it's really just like Piper, Hunting Grounds, and Monster Manual. I'm not convinced by. I think these could be cut from ramp. These could be cut for ramp, and the deck would play better. If we're scared about playing around account, like if we're playing into open mana, that's when, oh, I just tap Mile anyway. Hold on, my coffee's getting all mixed up. I think we've covered this is just like openly ridiculous. I don't think Hunting Grounds is good for the inevitable board wipe though, Tara, because when the board wipe happens, either when the board wipe happens, our hand has been empty, or if our hand is full when the board wipe happens, it means we've been playing badly all game in preparation for the board wipe. Both are bad options. Versus like more protection, more ways to draw. See, here's good cheating. Yes. This is what I like. This is some bullshit. This is where we would legitimately we would rather activate Mael than cast from hand, but it's actually like because it's sick to activate Mael. Thank you, Carl, for calling this card out, because this is another like Rings of Brighthearth-esque cheater card where it makes activating Mael more attractive than casting from hand for reasons other than, oh, but I'm being silly. Yeah, fuck Atla Palani. Fuck that shit, yeah. But this, I would put this in. I would recommend that over Hunting Grounds. But like if we keep this one, we have Colossal Majesty. For everybody, we're saying that their mana's fixed in the playtest. Here we go. We skip turns, we skip turns, we skip turns. We have a million things in hand that are super good, and we would rather have some number of ramp. Angry Von Vermin, thank you for coming by the Twitch stream, my friend. I hope you have a good time as we make fun of all these dipshit Naya players. See, here's Overrun, could have been ramp. And now we play this, but like, oh, we could get this down as well. So then we hope that we untap, we hope that we flip a million things, yada, 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 yada. But returning to ways to actually cheat at the card game, here we fucking go. This also fixes the issue of, ooh, I really want to activate Mael, but the thing that I would want to activate Mael for is in my hand. I would rather just cast from my hand. Now you can scroll rack and then activate Mael, and then you do crazy bullshit, which you have so many hits because you're a greedy little boy with your hand fucking elbow deep in the cookie jar that you're almost always going to be in a situation where scroll rack is viable. Hey, is that card still like $200 a copy? No, it's like... scroll rack is like 8.1 cents per 8.1 cents. So it's not break the bank expensive for most commander decks. Oh what? Oh what? Oh, my deck is here to cheat at Magic, and also I bought all my cards for real? Fucking please. Animals. Hey Maul, remember how I got my car keyed and beat up in the parking lot for throwing one game? People threatened me with a knife when I mentioned proxying. So Tara, you gotta move. No jokes, man. You gotta move. Why are you engaging in casual leisure time with people who are threatening you with knives? Like, why are we ever there? Idon, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Like, that is like a game shop run by the people from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like, maybe you can't move areas, but why are we ever walking into that building? Bro, are you in San Andreas? Like, I understand there's a ton of reasons to not play online. I am threatened with physical violence when I play Magic the Gathering in paper. Magic the Gathering is not that good of a game. I'm going to say that right now. Magic the Gathering is not a good game. If I received physical violence to play this game, I would never play another game of Commander in my fucking life. If I was on the receiving end of factual, somebody pulled a knife on me, again, at a place I go to regularly. If it wasn't just like, oh, this one crazy person came up to me at a convention. If it was like, oh yeah, this is the place I go to play Magic. This is where they threaten me. Monster Hunter is a great game, dog. Monster Hunter is a sick game. And not to minimize, because that is a terrible fucking situation you're in, to maximize it, please exit the situation. Oh, I've stopped going there. I've just assumed that places were like that. Chat, real quick, can I get a places are not like that from as many people as possible? Can I get a places are not like that? Because that is the most crazy shit I have ever heard. That is a terrible opening experience for you to have with Commander. You have criminals that frequent your LGS. You just have criminals that frequent the LGS. There could definitely be some localization issues if you are in non-American country, but I've never playing Magic with the Italian Mafia. Azael, we were talking about how useful a card would be, how useful Scroll Rack would be in this Mile deck. And somebody was like, oh, how much does that cost? And so I went, 8.1 cents, because I'm very proxy friendly. And Teratrox in the Twitch chat was like, hey, just watch out, because the last time I mentioned proxying at my LGS, they threatened me with a knife. And we all went, huh? And that's where we're at now. Like, most people, there are plenty of places that will get ornery over proxies. And there's plenty of stores that cannot openly allow them. But proxies in general are not. Don't set people off like that. Okay, so anyway. I can't decide if Renacide is a blue player or the greenest player ever, because my final thought about this deck is that the title Cheating with Naya is so facetious when the thing that is doing the cheating is, what if I ramped into only playing bombs? The Cheating with Naya, this deck is just the perfect picture of why green is the best casual color and the worst competitive color. Because this person's idea of cheating is, holy fuck, what if on turn 2 I ramped, and turn 3 I ramped, and on turn 4 I just played the dragon that kills you? That's cheating, right? You know, and then they go to high power and somebody combos off in their face. But goddamn. I mean, I think you're definitely on greedy. Again, similar to Bolis, your deck is incredibly good at making mana. It is not incredibly good at making cards. And I think you have a couple instances of like you're trying really hard to call yourself a cheater when you're just a ramper. And I think if you put in Scroll Rack, if you replace the creature mana generators with sorcery mana generators, and we did Scroll Rack and like last March of the Ents, then we start talking about like actually cheating. So we need to hit another ad break, but it's going to be shorter. I am going to grab some water though. Oh yeah, and then Illusionist Bracers too. Those are like cards that actually cheat at the game. So we'll be right back. Then we're doing Mevo's deck. My girlfriend didn't finish their pizza, so now we have extra pizza and a longer break. Everyone be normal. Also, one more that I thought of while I was walking up the stairs. Bro thinks it's cheating to get hard at his girlfriend's reflection instead of his girlfriend. That's what you're on. Anyway, Mevo's deck. This is a silly one. Hello, everyone. This deck was designed and created as a challenge for myself to build a deck that only utilizes cards from my current collection. Oh, you stupid motherfucker. Okay. The idea was to build a deck that can be played against friends in a pre-con play group, but I don't like how pre-cons play, so I decided to build a silly deck that the pre-cons could deal with because of how telegraphed it was. We're trying to build up to one really big turn in the late game to utilize mass recursion and sack outlets to deal big damage. While I'm not looking for specific cards for upgrades, I'd love to hear about how the deck does not function in overall categories. Before you say anything, I understand I can proxy to save money, but this was just a fun challenge I made for myself. This is so I have got up on this little soapbox before, but guess what? We're standing on it again. I fucking hate collection builds. Oh, updated primer. Sure. Let me go to mail. Let me go to gmail.com. Let me go to gmail.com. This deck is dog shit, and I don't know if it needs help or for me to put it out of its misery. I'm thinking the entire game plan of Aristocrats without tokens is just not viable. Any advice is much appreciated as the deck has been playing fairly inconsistently. See, now I'm happy that I read the wrong one, because now we had this perfect before and after of like, what if I built a deck with my own collection? And the vast, unending horrors of building a deck with your own collection. Attempting to build within the confines of Bracket 2, make a fun and fair play experience. Since Judith cares about non-token creatures, trying to build up a large turn. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, early game, we build ramp, we draw cards. We find sack outlets, recursion pieces. Deck struggles in mid-game, but in a fairy blowjob scenario, we can get multiple creatures on the field, sack them to accrue value, build up to that big storm turn. Okay, so I'm still going to get up on my soapbox, which is that it is a good instinct to do challenges like this. One of the best things to do if you have friends who either don't play enough Magic to play Magic well, or are just stupid people who still deserve love and still deserve to have a good time during Friday game night, is to restrict yourself. Those restrictions are good. Those restrictions are valid. What I don't like is when we do an uninteresting restriction that we can't control. I think you can pick one of those. Either the restriction should be lame, or the restriction should be something that is random. It should not be both. And so examples of like uninteresting restriction you can control is budget. I think these fail for a different reason, but I think that is at least like budget is within your control. You can have a really good time doing the research to try to find good budget options. I still think it's a bad restriction overall. Or if you wanted to do like interesting restriction you can't control, I can't imagine what that would be, but maybe you like throw a fucking dart at the wall to pick what super type of card you put in and you build the deck one at a time. That deck also ends up as dog shit. So the best ones are going to be interesting restrictions that are under your control. But because we've done from the collection, the deck is still $600 because maybe you've been lucky a few times. So that ends up being, we're not actually restricting the power. We are restricting, or we are blowing open the variance. Because maybe you've pulled 5 to 10 cards that are really, really good for this deck. And then you've had to fill it in with a bunch of draft chaff, which doesn't make the deck, it makes the deck weaker in aggregate, but in an individual game of Commander, that doesn't make the deck weaker. It just means you're rolling a fucking die to see how good the deck is, and that sucks. So right now, 36 lands. Oh, we picked like the worst Judith possible too. Are we? You're noticing... Okay. Mevo, thank you for the 100 bits. We are not attached to anything. Excellent. So, can you... We now, instead of doing a deck roast, we have to do psychology. Because what I have right now is like, holy shit, man. Great pull. Holy shit, man. Decent pull. Holy shit, man. Decent pull. Right? Damn. All we can say is, holy fuck, you have opened some cool fucking packs, or you're a liar. Both of which are great for you. Can you walk me through the psychology of why we picked Judith in the first place. Do we like Rakdos? Do we think that she has that shit on? Do we think that aristocrats are cool? Which of those three branches are we walking down? Okay. We like Rakdos. We like aristocrats. Do we like crashing? Do we like death benefits, or do we like sacrifice? Pending Platypus is banned for getting ahead of the bit. Mevo, thank you for the additional 100 bits. Okay, we like sacrifice. So we do want Rakdos sacrifice. Okay. So we're going to go to the zoo and we're going to look at other Rakdos commanders. And we're going to unban Platypus. Mr. McShane, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. This deck, we are throwing it into the fire. Like we did. I'm sure that this deck can maybe do something one day. Like, holy, hey, look at that, guys. Bad card. Shockingly, bad card. We need like 5 more of these for the highlight reel, so hold on. Holy shit, Crookshank Kobolds, bad card. Kush, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Custom card review, Blitz. Planar reserve currency. Treasure tokens are energy counters. Energy counters are treasure tokens. I don't know what's happening here, but we've previously established that if you're trying to get a custom card review, the price is 100 bits or do the channel points thing in a World of Warcraft stream. So that was one of the things I was going to bring up, Helios, is we could do Pauper EDH. Like if you wanted to do something that was a slightly more controlled restriction, which is your commander is an uncommon and everything in the deck has to be a common, then we could kind of get something going. But right now this is like, holy fuck, these 20 cards are really goddamn bad. And then at least you have a good card draw section. Based as fuck to have Dance with Calamity. Bubbles the Porpoise, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, like God, Rottenmouth Viper, such a good card, right? Such a good card for especially I want to sacrifice stuff. You achieve all of like 3 damage. So anyway, let's go to EDH Rec. Let's find you just a whole ass new commander. This would be a much better sacrifice deck. Beeb, the way to get your deck roasted by me is going to be through a Ko-Fi purchase, through a commission purchased on Ko-Fi. That's going to refill at the beginning of every month. So this is both quite fair, and it does a whole lot more than the current Judith is doing. It's going to give you a really big commander who can either threaten commander damage, or when you sacrifice him, like if you do a lot of little sacrificing, God damn it, you can eventually do power matter stuff like Disciple of Bolos, my jury, draw 20, deal 20, gain 20. That's fucking, if that does not activate your neurons, I don't know what will. Other good aristocrats ones. Rakdos the Muscle. This would be less like straight up aristocrats and more like sacrifice to steal. He's really the only aristocrat because as you sack your stuff or the stuff you've stolen, you can take from your opponent's libraries, then you can play their cards, then you can sacrifice their cards to continue stealing their cards and keep an indestructible commander who's threatening damage. So this is also, it's very straightforward. It's extremely straightforward, but it has a built-in engine. It will allow you to rob your opponents, which will teach them a lesson about playing game changers in bracket 2. Fuck all these guys. There's even new Evereth, which is another sort of like Voltron-y sacrifice piece, but also cares about... We're not doing Gev for aristocrats, bro. Shut up. Fucking Spellbreaker, go bounce on it. Go bounce on it. So you could also do Evereth, who also has that on death. You can use this to blow everybody up. Yeah, Zilla, I appreciate the heads up, and also I have nothing to do about it. I have not a, because I see no one else. I see no one else reporting issues like these. If other people are experiencing the Error 2000 issues, please do let me know. But everything on my end is like, we've dropped 0 frames. My bitrate is allegedly stable. I have no error messages being thrown from Twitch. So like you and I have some type of connection issue going on, but there's nothing on my end that's flagging, period. And so I don't have anything that I can change to correct it. Other aristocrats. You could play the Scorpion God if you want all your friends to hate you. This Scorpion God has the unenviable position of both not being very good and making everyone else really, really angry. Spellbreaker, don't know. New Judith fucking sucks. Fuck New Judith in every sense of the word. So I've made a deck for this one. This just becomes like, oops, all board wipes. This is terminally boring. This is terminally boring. I've played with it. It's like fun. It's fun one time in the exact same way that like turning God mode on in a video game is fun one time. New Judith, but focus on imps instead of the Death Touch and Lifelink. The thing becomes you can do that, and still when you get to the part where you're like, oh, I need interaction, it still ends up becoming boardwipe.deck. You could do some like combo storm, but even then it's like all your interaction is just boardwipe.deck. Would Shadowheart be fine here? Yeah, this would be great. So this could even, if you pick... Who are we fixing right now? Mevo. So Mevo, I would say choose between these 4. Either do Jury, Rakdos the Muscle, Evereth, or Shadowheart, and then we can look at... I don't think it's gonna... Yeah. Or look at Shadowheart, and maybe we get away from Rakdos. Maybe you don't pick the red background. But you could pick, any type of background you like. Like you probably don't want Dragon Cultist. You probably don't want Guild Artisan. You probably don't even want Passionate Archaeologist. You could double down on the sack outlet thing with Street Urchin, Or you could do Tavern Brawler just to get card advantage since this exiles from the top. So I'd probably recommend Tavern Brawler if you were going to do that. But I think you throw the deck straight into the fucking fire. I want to be so clear. You set this deck on fire instantly and you put it in the garbage. You have a couple pieces that are really good. However, your commander's output is really, really low. And so you have to do so much setup. See, pet cards is not 4. Pet cards is like fucking all of them. The guild authorizes you to bust. No! No! And you're not even wrong is the worst part. Thank you for the extra 100 bits. I appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. That is exactly what I needed to hear. I'm glad to hear it because we can get really, really fair, really, really telegraphed, totally within the confines of bracket 2. We can do that. It's probably going to require you to go outside your collection, but we can make that happen for any of these 4. Jury has like Pauper Commander brews that are really cool. Rakdos is going to be theft based, Evreth is going to be treasure based, and Shadowheart is going to be horny based. I think Shadowheart is going to have the best card advantage. So pick between your options of like, I'm going to be on Rakdos Sacrifice. Do I want touch card? Do I want steal? Do I want Voltron? Do I want treasure? Which honestly, Evreth is probably like slightly better than Jury most of the time. But you pick one of those paths and that will tell you which commander you want to play. And then we can rebuild you a deck around that. Ayara is also fine, but because it cares about mana value, it's either you either end up playing a lot of theft spells or you end up just having to ramp a ton, which I don't think is super like. I don't find this compelling. You reanimate stuff from your graveyard for 1 turn. For the 99 of most decks, this is a great second aristocrat in the 99. I don't find her particularly compelling as the commander for whatever new deck comes out of this. D-Man, we're on barbecue chicken for the pizza toppings. Favorite Rakdos deck is Togo and Kesket. What does Kesket do? Oh, you a whole bitch, yeah. You a whole bitch. It's also Greven. Yeah, you could also do this, but this is more of like a crash out option than a aristocrats option. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 14 months in a row at tier 1, my friend. Well, I made it. Very late, but I made it. Luckily for you, I've been taking my goddamn time today. So welcome back to the dog home for over a year now, my friend. I've also got suggestions for Gut, True Soul Zealot, and Agent of the Iron Throne. So make 4 ones, drain a little bit. This is okay. I personally prefer... No, not fucking Lagomos. Well, not as the commander. This is another, like, you put it in basically every aristocrats deck to have aristocrats food. I am muting this chat. No, Tara, we're going to stop the suggestions here. Mevo, I'm putting it to you. I'm putting it to you that you pick between these four. You pick between Tavern Brawler Shadowheart, Jury, Rakdos the Muscle, and Evereth. And we try a build from there. I think you will like one of those four. I think you can make a deck that is very fair with one of those four. A deck that is very telegraphed with one of those four. And then from there, there's a ton of like deck specific things you want. Like Rakdos, if you play Rakdos the Muscle, you also want Laughing Jasper Flint. If you play Shadowheart, you want like high power creatures, which you don't necessarily care about for too many of these other decks. So right now, I'm going to put you in, I'm tentatively putting you in Chaotic Soap Opera because you care so much about the people around you, and we have to fix that. You care so much about your play group and them having a good time, which, hey, good for you. Knock that shit off. Bad, bad boy. Bad, bad boy. My personal vote would be for Rakdos the Muscle. If we start doing Shadowheart stuff, then yeah, you want to be on things like bring out my goat Calaxion. You see 3 mana, Mevo? I swear to God you are not ready for the stat line. Read it and weep. Read it and weep. In a fucking Shadowheart deck, amazing. In any Aristocrats deck that cares about power, holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, but Rotting Regisar isn't vanilla, which is funny. Alright, we're going to move on to Gorbash's deck, which, holy shit, this might be the first like spot on primer I've seen in my life. I'm not going to narrate the whole thing because it is a PhD thesis, but what I want to highlight about the primer Gorbash has sent in is this primer lays out a turn-to-turn plan. They are playing the Ancient One, who wants to self-mill into Reanimate, and apparently talks about titties. Garbage Rocket? But so anyway, they talk about turn 1, ideally we hit Training Grounds. Otherwise, turn 2, you play a rock. Turn 3, you play the Ancient One, and you either hold up mana or you have a 2-mana spell. And then after that, we're doing mill fodder and we're hitting Reanimation. This is the type of on-the-rails game plan every commander deck needs to have. You need to understand what your deck wants to do turn 1, 2, 3, and 4. Basically every game. Regardless of archetype, regardless of power level, regardless of how good you think the deck is, if you do not have a strong understanding of your own ideal turn 1, 2, 3, and 4, we do not have a plan. In play, it tends to act like a 1950s space rocket. No. In play, tends to act like a 1950s space rocket. We spend several turns fueling up, then we either explode on the launch pad or we're going to fucking orbit, baby. Excellent. So here are our Reanimation targets. We have 30 creatures. I like most of these. I think Inkwell's a pet card, but I'll let you have it. That's kind of funny. Oh yeah, go fuck yourself. Okay, I like almost all of these. I I think even the one that's like the pettiest card is untargetable 7-11, who's going to beat you to death. This is pretty much on standard for what I think reanimation targets should be, especially in like mid power. We have some interaction, which is really not that much for the blue-black deck. Like having it all be on lands too is extra cop out, I think. This is like this is like, hey guys, I promise I have interaction. Anyway, I play this tapped land. Like the stuff that Spellbreaker, the stuff they have is pricey because they have no actual interaction. They have a bunch of MDFCs to try to trick me into thinking they have interaction, but they skipped over the like, holy shit, what if I could kill Llanowar elves? Alright, we have more milling. Raoul seems like you have him in here because he has this shit on. Maybe casting the things we mill this turn. Yeah, obligatory wonder. I like that. We have our land base. We have so much fucking reanimation. We have more grist for the mill. So these are like big things we're discarding to mill ourselves for a shitload. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. How is that not in reanimation targets? What? How is 7 mana rob the table? Oh, just mistagged. Okay. I like all of these. I think this curve... Oh, yeah. This is tremendous dipshittery. Mill payoffs. Okay. Just a little bit of theft as a treat. Make 2/2s. Okay, maybe. I'm not sure if I definitely don't believe in this guy like I believe in Sir Conrad, but I'll give you a second. Okay, 4 mana rocks is I'm never playing a mana rock. Hot. Hello Zilla, welcome to the YouTube stream. I'm hoping that one is working better. Cutting the payoffs for interaction has been the real pain. So, yeah, they have Labman. Because, this deck thinks that it can mill itself into Labman, which I will let it, I will give it a shot. Although the primer, going from the primer to the deck list does betray that Gorbash has never taken a statistics course in their fucking life. They were like, my ideal turn 1 is this 1 card in my deck. My ideal turn 2 is a mana rock, of which I have 4. My ideal turn 3 is commander, hold up a spell, of which I have like 2 targets in the entire deck. So I think, even though the primer is very tight, I think turns 1 and 2 only exist in Gorbash's mind. Never mind, holy fuck, we have a mana rock. Do we get the second land? Holy shit. So we would have played that tapped. We don't get to play this. Never mind. I'm sorry I doubted your game. I play Ledger Shredder because it's just better than our commander. I play Stitcher. I play this guy, and I hold up Virtue of Persist. No, I can't hold it up because it's fucking sorcery. I keep making that mistake. So now we can 4 mana, draw, discard, mill a million. I'm going to discard this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. Okay. But it's turn 7. Dread Return. I guess we should have done this with Sheoldred Whispering one, probably. So we do the same shit, but we do it with Shieldred. Now we have a Shieldred back turn 7. I think spends a few turns fueling up is a tiny, tiny bit of an understatement. I think this is kind of more like, this is not a rocket fueling up to leave Earth. This is one of the NASA space launches that got canceled. Okay, we have Crucible of Worlds. That's reasonable. That's true. The Reanimator deck played a 7-drop on turn 7. Okay, but now we have Ripples of Undeath. So now we probably just fucking win. So we get to mill 3. Fuck all those cards. I play this. I play Crucible of Worlds. We mill 3. Give me my fucking mana rock back, dude. Mill 3. Fuck all those guys, dude. We do land drop from grave. Man, I fucking delve. So we've delved. I activate the Ancient One's ability. I draw. I probably dump Valgavoth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sick as. These all go to graveyard. I go to my next turn, and I turn 6. I dread return Valgavoth. I keep absolutely perfect pace with the green player who has just spent their turns playing Cultivate. Shut up, Spellbreaker. No, it doesn't. Not when your deck is this bad. I don't give a fuck about these. So we spent a bunch of mana to do this. This is now in the graveyard. We can Regalia. We can Valgavoth. And then we like... What's so painfully sad to me is the cheating that this deck is doing is less impactful than if we had just crammed the deck full of mana rocks and hard cast Valgavoth. Like we could have matched everything we did other than Treasure Cruise, which I like Treasure Cruise. I don't think you should be in the business of cutting that. Everything we've done other than Treasure Cruise, we probably do faster by just having more 2-mana rocks and then being like, fuck it, hardcast Brass Dragon. I don't think this is like a bad go at reanimation. I just think that is like the state of reanimation in most Commander games. So let's look at what... So I think here are the truths. Here are the truths we need to get through your head. Reanimating one thing is really fucking bad in Commander. Typically, the only time it's worth it to reanimate one thing ever is when you're in a 1v1 scenario and the one thing is like motherfucking Gristlebrand. Which unfortunately we can't play in Commander because motherfuckers are cowards. So off rip, I would get rid of everything that reanimates one target. If we want to play around the Ancient One's ability, which is also bad, I want to be really clear. This is not a good ability. You are doing your best to get it out of the mud to make it work, and I salute you for it, but I am saluting your casket. So I think what you are on that makes sense is like Living Death. I think going from big graveyard to I take everything from graveyard onto field, or things like Sheoldred where it's like single target but over and over and over. Yes. Yes. Same goes for Cauldron of Eternity, where you can do it every single turn. I'm even kind of on this, cause like I like the commander. I really fucking hate reanimate one guy. I hate Stitch Together. Like reanimate you can keep because it's 1 mana, but I don't like Necromancy. I don't like Dread Return. I don't like Animate Dead. I don't like From the Catacombs even. Like I think all of these things are indistinguishable from just going, I have additional mana rocks and I cast the guy. I think it's just us taking extra game actions to feel something. If we feel really good about Incarnation Technique, then I would cut like Restart Sequence from it. I don't think, other than Reanimate, I don't think any Reanimator spell gets cheap enough to be truly, truly worth it. So you can keep Reanimate. I just don't. I think all of these other things are like good in theory, and then in practice with all the other stuff we have going on in this deck doesn't feel as good with the other engine pieces we have. This is the wildest take ever. Reanimate and Animate Dead are 2 of the best cards in EDH, which is kind of why I said keep Reanimate. For Animate Dead, I think the hype is overblown in a deck like this. I think if you are going like, or in a deck where we're not doing combo, I think if you were on, hey, I'm gonna tutor these motherfuckers into the grave, then I feel much better about Animate Dead and Reanimate. What they say to me right now, particularly Animate Dead, just says, I don't know, get back 6/6 who is shot on sight. Because I am also, that's not fucking true. You want to know why? Because I'm the Reanimator player. I am God's chosen Reanimator player, and I know for a fact that all these cards suck dog ass. Unless your table's blind. Against a blind table, yeah, they're the best cards in the fucking game, dude. But against the like, nah, don't be mean to Triplicate Titan. That's my guy. He's cute as hell. He's bad, but look at his little beak. But into both precons and CEDH, single target Reanimator just blows ass unless you are guaranteed hitting Valgavoth. If you are guaranteed hitting Valgavoth, or like guaranteed hitting Hullbreaker Horror, something that like locks the board up completely because you entombed something that you're then going to reanimate, yes, then they're good. But if we're on like, I don't know, man, whatever's in the graveyard is in the graveyard, and then I'm gonna necromancy it, shit ass. But I think what does work for this deck is I reanimate everything. You could even, if you wanted to be particularly cute and sort of rewrite your reanimation targets, you could try to make your reanimation targets act around. I'm holding up this one. This is not the one you should put in. No, even if the meta's not to, I think without having a tutor package, it's tremendously overblown. With a tutor package, then it's much, much better. Notably, we do not have a tutor package. but like most cards are not most of the tables I play at are just responsible enough with single target removal that all your reanimate spell says is, I guarantee the first piece is going here. That's good in some cases. If you're betting a lot of the game on reanimate getting value for you, becomes much less good. Yeah, Hakuho, we had Zilla saying that was a problem. They had to jump over to the YouTube stream, and then that fixed it. Like, they're not bad cards by any stretch, which is fine. ETB still happens, and then they use a removal on something you can reanimate again. Show me the good fucking ETB. Motherfucker. God damn. What the fuck are we talking about? The Ancient Brass Dragon ETB still happens. What the fuck are we talking about? The Ancient Silver Dragon ETB still happens. Oh, what? Mill 3? You motherfucker. I swear to God. Holy shit, dude. We get the Hullbreaker ETB? Yeah, my bad. My fucking bad. I can't fucking imagine a card existing in context. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God. I'm gonna get a big goddamn neon banner that says when we're talking about how good cards are, we're talking about it in the context of the goddamn deck we're looking at. I'll be right back. Holy shit. Okay. Gonna reset the mic in case we've turned the static mode on. We're not going to apologize for that crash out, because quite frankly, I'm fucking right. But we are calmed down now. I'm going to attempt to proceed back with dulcet tone card suggestions instead of crash out. Now anyway, for this deck specifically, I would not be particularly high on single target reanimation unless we reorient it to the theoretical situation that Time for a Seltzer was talking about. The idea of all of my things are going to have good ETBs, therefore, if I get to reanimate any of them, it's going to be crazy. If we are on big ETB, yes, then all of these are like guaranteed crazy value. Seltzer, you are correct in that theoretical. This deck, very light on crazy ETBs. We have that one guy. We have Sepulchral. Good ETB. However, this ETB, like if we did, you know, the classic shit-eating play of turn one, I miss my land drop, and then I reanimate a thing. Sepulchre, one of our better ETBs, does nothing. Because the rest of our graveyard's still empty. Our opponents probably don't have anything in their graveyard. Maybe like the best thing. Oh, I love doing it too. That's why I'm just laying out, like, in this deck, the best thing we can ETB, or the best thing we can reanimate with a 1 or 2 mana reanimation spell is something that still has to go to combat to get us a lot of value. So that's why I don't believe in it. If we want to reorient the payoffs of the deck to be ETB focused or death trigger focused, then like, yeah, we like fucking every turn reanimate, animate dead, necromancy, whatever. But in these other decks where my stuff has to stay around, for stuff to be good, I like them very not as much, although reanimate's still fine because holy shit, it's 1 mana for a crazy asshole. The rest of the time, I think as much as possible, I don't remember the names of the other one, not this one. Don't give your opponents choices. Don't give your opponents benefits, especially not if you have a dragon player in the pod. However, if you can orient it around, I get to mass reanimate myself, that is where this deck is really going to come alive. I think they said Rise is already in, and we have like Virtue of Persistence. Is Rise already in? I don't even believe in this room. I think this room is kind of shitty. I was reading Dim Woblet as return all creature cards. This is return 1. This is actually one of the like, we're trying to double dip because whenever one or more cards get milled, they lose 1 life for each card type. We don't have a card type that we're focusing on in this deck. So let's go through things I would cut. I would cut this guy. I would cut probably Rawl. I would cut Lazav. I would cut Grim. Holy shit, Grim Discovery. How did this draft common sneak in, bro? How did a fucking Walmart value pack sneak into this deck? Deliver Unto Evil. I like Crucible. I think Crucible was doing some pretty good things for you. I like Phyrexian Reclamation. I like Overlord. Yeah, you need to protect your guy. Fuck Stitch Together. Fuck Restart Sequence. Fuck Necromancy. Fuck From the Catacombs. Fuck Dread Return. Fuck Animate Dead. Agadeem's Awakening? Only here because it's a land. Ripples of Undeath is crazy. If you want to hold on to the backup plan of I mill myself down to like an honest Labman win, yeah, Phoenix and his big donkers get to stick around for you. Milliken, sure. This is like basically no downside mana rock. I think the deck, now on the note of Phoenix, I think the deck is much better if you do if you just do like Dimir Overrun versus trying to focus on Dimir Mill, but at least tentatively I will let you keep it. Isn't Animate Dead close to Reanimate in terms of power? It's very close, however, with how few mana rocks this deck has, I think the difference between 1 mana and 2 mana is startlingly relevant. This is not a green deck where we're like, hey, it's under 4 mana, that shit's basically free. This is Dimir, no mana rocks. And so, like, being able to hold up, and we also don't have interaction. So, like, we need to be, and it's just this deck does not have good single target reanimation targets. Like, we don't have crazy, I'm even like mid on Reanimate because the best thing you hit with Reanimate is probably Ancient Silver Dragon, and you pray that nobody else had removal. That's like the best shit you got, is pray that nobody used removal, Reanimate Ancient Silver, connect once, bust, concede. Lore Master, I don't think we go over to altars. I think when I try to change a deck, I want to change it as little as possible while still staying true to like the vision. Now that said, as Spellbreaker is spouting off, there are some just like flatly better targets we could hit, like Archon of Cruelty. Crazy good. This is crazy good. Octavia's in here because she's cute. I'll try to let you keep her as long as I can. But we definitely want more rocks. Like, you have so much grist for the mill that I'm pretty confident you're going to hit it without too many of these other draw discard things. Okay, then if she can go, we need to be up on, like... We need to be up on things where you can reanimate it, and you're like, holy fuck, that was awesome. No, fuck you, keep Shadow of Mortality. I see the vision. Keep Shadow of Mortality, I see the vision. You discard this one time, your whole game is set. Your whole game is set. So, like, let's pretend instead of this fuck-ass mill win con, we had a mana rock. Turn 1, play a land. Turn 2, play a mana rock. Turn 3, I play my Greaves, I play my Commander. My Commander, hexproof hasted. Tremendous. I draw a discard with my Commander. I mill 7. We mill fucking everything in the world that we want. Because I feel so sad, I now delve for 7. Draw 3. Next turn, play a land, play a mana rock. Hardcast Baelmerk. I guess, okay, knowing I had Baelmerk in my hand, was there a good? No, there wasn't a good fucking creature. Oh, yeah, okay. Sepulchral Primordial is still there. We return the Primordial to hand. I think we mill 3 first. Mill 4. And because we saw Sheoldred, Sepulchral is staying there, but Sheoldred's coming to hand. And now, let's pretend that we have an interaction spell, like we should. We interact with somebody. Say Drakmor Salvage's interaction spell. It's gone forever. Play Sheoldred. We're happy with that. Yeah, and as Crisp is saying, a really big upside of your Commander is being able to do this at instant speed. Means you want a lot of turns where you pass with open mana and you are just like, oh hey, you tried to do something really cool? That's awesome, bro. Die. 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 And right now you are, like, the way the rest of your deck is set up, you almost never want to pass the turn, or passing the turn with open mana is just you bluffing, which is oftentimes very, very negative. And so I think we want definitely additional interaction in place of a couple of the pieces I've pointed out. Hell yeah, we can do things like Archmage's Charm. Yeah, yoink Soul Rings, bro. It's based. I will appreciate it for you even if no one else does. Yeah, like the silly thing you can get into with Ancient One is me and my overcosted removal come and fuck you up. Turtle Stew, have a good one, my friend. So we do like mana value equal to 4, which is our Commander activation thing. Bro, we could hold up Aetherize. Come on. Be a hater. Give in. This card is so bad, but you could play it. Don't do it. I'm just saying you could. We can be playing thirsty gay spells. So because you want to hold, you tried it and cut it already. God damn it. The one you said not to play. Okay, yeah. Holy shit, you can bone to Ash? Like this is the type of stuff that is traditionally unplayable because it is so ineffective, but you want to hold up 4 mana anyway. You could even like careful consideration if you want to be on reanimation, because then you can go, hey, draw 4, discard 3 good reanimation targets, cast a mass reanimation spell, die. So yeah, I would get fucked up with 2 mana rocks so that you have the mana to be doing all of this shit. And then because you're going to be casting so many rocks, go on the like very expensive but very effective reanimation spells. And then for better targets, at minimum you want to get Archon of Cruelty in here. Vilis is like a very generic, really strong thing. I like a lot of your current targets, even if they're cute. Probably cut Octavia, though. Oh yeah, there's the Bimbo Dragon, who I want to be so clear. Every time I've resolved this card, it has fallen flat. I want this card to come with a big ol' warning sticker. I have shoved this motherfucker into a ton of decks. He has failed me every time. He has failed me every time. I cannot express enough how much this motherfucker has let me down, but I keep trying to force it. And so if you also believe like I believe, then try this guy. I don't know. I don't think so. This is a draft card. This is a draft card. Oh, true. We need a stupid sea creature. Here's your stupid sea creature. I would play this over Octavia. No, this is not the right one. Spellbreaker, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's one other. Yeah, there's one other that like looks at your opponent's hand and steals from it and then free cast the stolen thing. A Silent Blade Oni, yeah. Look how funny this guy is, bro. Look how funny this guy is. This could finally make Inkwell Leviathan useful. Inkwell Leviathan could mean a goddamn thing. Oh yeah, like you know what? There. Now Animate Dead is good. If you cast Animate Dead on this motherfucker, Animate Dead is the second best card in Magic the Gathering after Consecrated Sphinx. I wouldn't drop the Tickler. Honestly, like, the Tickler is almost definitely too good. Or the Tickler is definitely too bullshit, and this is almost too bullshit. But this would be like, yeah, this reanimation target is absurd because if somebody removes it at sorcery speed, at minimum, you're going to get their draw step worth of advantage. At maximum, it's like a person all the way around the turn cycle from you, and you've drawn 6. Violet the Cat Girl, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Shadowquaw, the Tickler is Jin Gataxis, Core Augur. Look at those fingies, bro. He's gonna come tickle you. Oh yeah, you could also do Mind Leech Mass for Oni with Trample. This would probably be better than Oni because you don't really want to be ninjaing at all. So I would get better reanimation targets like this. I would dump all of the single target reanimation things that are not repeatable, like Cauldron of Eternity. Um, I would get some silly expensive interaction. You could shave like 1 or 2 from Grist for the Mill. I personally think you're better off abandoning the deck out game plan, but if you don't want to, rest in God. Oh yeah, we could do another Living Death effect. And then just try to do this like mass reanimation of giga bullshit after you spend every turn holding up mana and playing cop. So right now I think you are in is there like I need a section that's like Tuned Liar. Cause your primer, yeah, maybe Greedy Soap Opera. You have a great script. You have a great script, but nobody has practiced their fucking lines. Your primer is a tremendously good walkthrough of what should happen, and then that shit is just not what is actually happening. Because we're getting just stuck on the like underabundance. You do have a good number of lands, but because you have so many lands and you have all this draw discard and you have no ramp, what you end up doing is like, all right, land drop, land drop, land drop. I reanimate a thing I could have cast anyway. But hopefully what we have said today will fix it. Thank you for submitting it. I do love to see probably the most responsible reanimation list that we've seen in a minute. We see a lot of like reanimation game plans on this stream that are woefully bad, and I think there's some we still want to replace, but you do have a lot of good ones in here, and you are very good at triggering your commander's ability. So you do get a gold star for that. Flamin' Crusader, thank you for the Twitch follow. All right. We're going to need to hit one more ad break because we're back into the mid-roll zone, and then we've got our good friend Siren. I will see you all in 90 seconds after I get more water. Also, someone from YouTube suggesting Command the Dread Horde. No, we have... So this whole deal damage to us equal to the total converted mana cost of those cards, that means Command the Dread Horde is best used as a way for us to blow our own cock off when we want to lose the game on our own terms. All of our reanimation targets are crazy expensive. Who said that? Felix. So, can mass reanimate, but in order to be a mass reanimator, it will just kill us. No. Cuzzy, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And I need to get some more water because I am, boy, am I lightheaded. Okay, gang. We're out of the ad break, right? Yes, we are. Let's bring it home with Siren, but not before we welcome Cyber Drakel back to the dog home for the 18th month, my friend. A year and a half, Pookie. Thank you very much. Jarur, thank you for the 95-bit cheer. Thank you for the roast, sir. Let's see if sleep-deprived flicker is a better plan. No, Jarur, we had fixed you. We had fixed you. No. Cuzzy, thank you for that prime sub, my friend. I appreciate that generosity and you giving me your Jeffrey dollars. I know it's a tough choice every month to pick who you give that parasocial money to, and us at Malltown Enterprises are happy to have it be us today. Thank you, my friend. Ondus91, thank you for the Twitch follow. Maul, remember to check email for the Switch deck. Oh, shoot, thank you. I was for sure going to miss that. I think we also missed Toxie Foxy's random Smasher Pass. No, man. No, listen, I know some of you think it's cool. I'm a gentle boy. I'm a gentle boy. Pass. Pass. What do we... Who got tricked? Who got tricked by that? Pass. No, feel bad. Feel bad. Also, I would just like to... One of what must be the like crowning moments of my content career is the last long form I published. I do a very, very dumb, if anybody in the stream has not seen the long forms, I do a very, very dumb like bit at the beginning of each long form where I say like, what up, it's your boy, and then I do a fake name. And on this video I did, what up, it's your boy Joey Schultz's straight and therefore evil twin. Who, this is Joey Schultz. I'm not gonna use the Instagram link. This is the different Joey Schultz. There we go. This is the right Joey Schultz. Very gay and very awesome person. So I did that bit. He commented on the video, and he commented on the video can confirm. Yeah, he's the EDH rec guy. Somebody told him about the fucking bit, and they, how do I mute this tab? My personal favorite is Here's Your Boy, the Vanilla Twizzler. I'm glad you liked that one. I was pretty crunchy when I came up with Vanilla Twizzler. Yeah, Joey Schultz is awesome. Yeah. Okay, so that aside, let's close Joey Schultz's sweet, sweet face. And oh, they shouted me out on their podcast. Fuck yeah. Anyway, so that made me so happy, both that they saw it and that he also thought it was funny. And now let's ruin that good energy with Siren's deck. Link to the new deck. The rating I put in the form should still work. Okay. I swear to God I made this deck before Mauld came out of the closet as a clones player. Interesting. D-Man, thank you for the 35-bit cheer, because you're about to get fucking soapboxed, my guy. Let's go into the tight zoom. Pay no attention to the bad chroma key around my head. So the cheer was for Smasher Pass Joey Schultz. And a thing I'm going to bring up very much on purpose is that, to the best of my ability, I try not to do this for real people. I think real people on the internet already get sexualized to within an inch of their fucking lives. And so I try at all times to keep the can they get it or not nature of my content away from living, breathing human beings who may one day have to meet me and interact with me in person. And I don't necessarily want our interactions clouded by, oh yeah, this is the guy who talked about whether or not I was fuckable. Now, I understand you did it as a joke. So this is once again me just soapboxing on the joke because I can, quite frankly. But so all I'm going to say about Joey Schultz, they're a wonderful person. I hope they have a fulfilling life in all aspects. I believe they are married, and so I hope that their relationship is just as awesome as they are. But I'm not going to... But yeah, I'm not going to say smash or pass on them. And in general, I will decline it for real life people for that very reason. I've thought about trying to come up with a, like, what's a spiritual one where I'm like, oh yeah, this person rocks. Or this person, yeah, firm handshake. Yes, firm handshake for Joey Schultz for sure. So D-Man, I appreciate the bits. I appreciate you trying to give me a springboard for the joke. And I hope we appreciated that soapbox. Please ignore this if it's not funny, but is Z an exception to that rule? Smash. Anyway, what happened? Oh yeah, like Bloomborough has adopt or not. Real people have hang or not. Yeah, would I hang this person? Anyway, this is the abomination I came up with after making the Eldrazi token version of Helga. I felt this would be funnier as the other deck is pretty much just make creatures swing hard. This deck goes faster than that one and is not a two-headed value Hydra like I keep somehow submitting to Maldhound. If you can suggest any other ways to win with this deck, please let me know. Personal question from Willpower. How often do you do your nails? Probably once every few months. It depends a lot on like if I have an event coming up. All right, so we have 2,000 clear dollars of and Bant good stuff. Okay. Yeah, all right, yeah. Bant good stuff. That's what I thought, bro. Good day. Mutate. What? Okay, so we have Karuga. We have fucking... Alright, that Secret Lair is awesome. Fuck you. Sure, Arboreal Grazer. So we do a lot of... Turn 1 rant. Devious. It's responsible, but it's devious. A lot of turn 1 ramp into turn 2 Helga. I can respect that. I really, really want to get my 3-drop out on turn 2. We're going to make it happen. The AZ5 button. The K in special K stands for Kermit. So is this like protecting? Like this tag is so dope that I have no idea what it means. Because we have untapping, bounce, protection, haste, bounce. But this tag is like such bars, but it's kind of like when who was that one rapper that was like, she blow my dick like it's a flute or something, or like it's a cello. She blow my dick like a cello. That's what this tag is to me. It's combo fodder. Okay. Things I never draw when I need them. Okay, yeah, you've got 6 copies of removal. Who cares? We're the problem. You fuck... God. What if we replaced the audio of every on-screen nuclear explosion with a wet fart? I like these tags. These tags are good. They're honest, they're a little bit funny, and they're accurate. Oh shit, 13 clones. Okay. So we are cloning Helga. Yeah? What are we... So to some degree, this looks like a... I'm going to draw my deck and win via Thassa's Oracle. Mutate Helga, clone Helga, draw exponential cards, untap Helga, win. Siren, we're going to have to sit down and talk about, hey guys, my last deck was too boring because I just played big creatures and swung out. So what if instead I touched myself in front of you for multiple minutes? Okay. We get, we need blue. So do we have breeding pool? Perfect. Good boy. We shock in breeding pool. We get this guy. Does God love us? He better not, because we have Thassa's in hand. That's right. Get shit on. Okay. And now we just lose this whole playtest because we missed some land drops. So now we'll mulligan for a real hand. We have Confluence. We have a fetch land. Okay. So I think turn 1 this time, we just look for a Triome. It's not Raffine's. What's the Bant? Is there a Bant Triome? Is there a Bant land that we can get? Spara. There it is. Thank you. Thank you, chat. So we get Spara's headquarters. Next turn, Island. I'm going to say Greaves, even though I want Concordant Crossroads out. Then we Mana Confluence, Helga, Frog Protect. So we can only cast expensive things and or X things now. Turn 4. We can play Temple Garden. We can... So we can clone Helga, but I don't really think we want to. We probably clone Helga, or we probably clone whatever the best of our opponent's cards are. And now we're tapped out. So now turn 5. Now we can play Spark Double. So now we have double Helga. Helga taps for 3 now. We also draw a card because of it. We probably do like tap Helga for Glasspool Mimic on Spark Double. We now, a third Helga has hit the tower. We play Yavi Maya. Yavi Maya goes into Crossroads, which I think is very important for the like combo nature of this. We do... We mutate onto Helga. So we draw 3 cards. These are all at 2 power. Helga's at 4. So 4 cards, actually. We draw a card for mutate. And then each of the Helgas trigger because we cast an expensive thing. Now we played our land for turn. We can do Inga Asika using Helga's 4 mana. So these get bigger. Draw 3 cards. We can tap this guy and this guy to impersonate Helga. Everybody gets bigger. But this guy is still just a 1-power creature. We draw 3. We draw 4 cards now. We metamorph. Everyone gets bigger. We draw 5 cards now. And now we gas out. My head hurts. This is like... This might be art. I think you've gotten to sorcery speed storm, although I don't think it's noticeably different from... Like, I think what you've done is you've managed to turn Helga into Kinnan. Like, we have the pop-off turn. All you get done is you say, I have access to 1 more billion mana on my next turn. And so... Yeah, maybe Chulane's better, but I think Chulane wins much more concisely than this. They do have Intruder Alarm. But I think the hardest part of this is when we are... when we're doing all of this off of clones... Oh, we can give them base power 3 from the Heron. That's much better. That's much, much better. But this definitely feels like a thing you've done to make the deck bad on purpose rather than make the deck functional, if that makes sense. So we can do that. Sure, we just, whatever, we skip to this. Turn 4. Me when I clone. This is 2 power now. Or I guess we wouldn't me when I clone, right? Oh no, we don't have a low enough mutate target. So yeah, we would clone. Turn 5. Now we tap this to mutate this onto it. Oh wait, no, it's top 1. Never mind. Please send all of them. So we look at top 1. Reflecting Pool goes onto the battlefield, right? Okay. Sick. Sick as. So now it taps for 6. And now in tapping for 6, when we copy Clever Impersonator, we're floating 2 blue. We're drawing 2 cards, and Clever Impersonator comes in as with 6 power. That's better. All right, now this is beginning to make sense in my head. And now 6 more blue. We're up to 4 blue floating. Sakashima comes in. Draw 3. Yeah. Okay. Now I understand it. So we have to get a... so we get a good mutate breakpoint creature into hand. Oh, but we don't have a fucking haste enabler. Yeah, so this does just stop. God, this is so many... okay, yeah. Alright, we're in the Rube Goldberg zone. We're definitely in the Rube Goldberg zone. So birds, Helga. This, Crossroads, wait. This, don't have a mutate target. So we do this. Oh, I can't. I love it and hate it. When you get the right mutate target, it feels so good. It feels like we need so many different things to come together for this to be anything but show and tell. That mutate interaction is so cute. The mutate interaction is almost cute enough for me to forgive it, but it is like, all right, so our opening hand has to have Well, we need to get to Helga. But more so than getting to Helga, we have to ramp to the mutatable thing. And then we have to mutate it onto Helga. Helga has to not die throughout that. Then we have to get a haste enabler, and then we clone. So we have an Auten soldier copy of Helga, which the myriad is like, the myriad part's wasted. We just want non-legendary copy. Turn 6. Now we play Chulane, and now we're just on bant.deck. But we get to draw a card. Helga's like big now. I think we can't tap him. Oh no, we do have a haste enabler. Helga... So we like bounce Auten soldier so that next turn we can Auten copying Chulane. Make this bigger. Draw a card. Play this. Draw 3. And then the next turn after this we begin popping off because now we have a mutate target. We have a mutate target and we have a copier, and we'll just draw like 18 cards. Oh, I see why you like it and I hate you. I see why you like it and I hate you for it, because this is bad. This is bad. But this is one of those times where like I think you have found a new key shape to put on the keychain before you jangle it, and do those jangles sound good? But at the end of the day, you cannot hide that this is like fidget spinner key jangling. The fun is explaining it. Yeah, I think we may have to, Siren, we may have to sentence you to YouTube channel. I don't think that you can... I don't even think that you can necessarily make it better, because this master plan has so many steps that all of this seemingly random bullshit is totally necessary. Spellbreaker, we win with Thassa's Oracle on turn 15. Like here, let's actually do this. Let's do a playtest where no funny business. We just see how quickly we get to the honest Thassas. I'm even going to I'm even going to help us. I'm going to cycle that guy for another land, so that we're in like as good a situation as possible. We Temple Garden, bird. We Reflecting Pool, guy. City of Brass, mutates. We have a 4 mana thing mutated onto Helga. We draw a card. We can't use Helga's mana, and we haven't found a flash enabler. March is very whatever for us. So turn 4 now. Dreamroot Cascade. We haven't broken Legend Rule, so we can play this, plot this. Plains. Eight mana. We play a Hydroid Krasis. We draw a card for Helga. We draw 3 cards for Hydroid Krasis with X equals 3. Oh, mutate breaks Legend Rule if you mutate over the top. Oh, okay. So we can run that back a little bit and do this better. So now I just have a fucking 4/3 with counters on. So I have like a 6/5 who maybe does extra stuff. So instead of plotting this guy and playing this guy, fucking tap for 6 blue. I float 2 blue. I make a 4/3 copy of it. Draw a card. Don't have a haste enabler. God damn it. I spark double. I make another 4/3. And I've now used up all this mana. We could fucking play this and then be ready to just like March of Swirling Mists 2 of our 3 guys. Next turn, I don't think we have a creature-based haste enabler. And so this situation... Oh, we do? Okay. Who is it? Draw an extra card. Serac and Goreclaw. Okay. So we need X to equal 3. 1, 2, 3 for the pips. Oh no, we need X to equal fucking 6. 1, 2, 3. We'll leave this open. 6. Alright. So we tutor Serac and Goreclaw to field. This doesn't trigger any of our Helga clones because we're not casting a creature spell. Now everything has haste. We can float 8 mana with... This would at least be 5 because it would have gotten a counter off of this spark double coming in. But I'll trigger all of these just by casting this for X equals 2 or more. So I kind of want to do like X equals 3. No, X equals 4. Yeah, so X equals 4. I'm going to draw 2. No, I'm going to draw 3 first. So off my Helgas, these all get counters. I draw 3 from my Helgas. I draw 2 from X equals 4. Okay, we have Clever Impersonator. So now we can really begin rolling. And we're going to get a land that does fucking whatever we want. We do... I float 9 blue. Clever Impersonator. This draws me 3 additional cards. This comes in as a 4-power creature. I have 5 blue remaining. I can float 4 green. Use 2 of it and 1 of the blue. So I have 6 mana remaining. I am pending Overlord of the Hauntwoods. I get a tapped everywhere token. I get counters on all my guys. Draw 4 cards. We still have 6 mana up. I don't think Court of Calling does anything for us. We have... Okay, we have Birds of Paradise to get Chulane down. Oh, true. We could evoke the Mole Drifter and pray. So we go down to... We go down to 3 mana remaining to evoke Mole Drifter, but 4 Helgas see that shit. So I draw 4 cards off the moles. Then I draw 2 off of Mole Drifter's actual effect. And then I think I hit the counters for these. We already had haste. And now it's just like pass, I win if you don't board wipe me. Right, we don't have any additional clones we can keep the chain going with. Guess like we can use our floating mana to get Delighted Halfling down. And then we could like tap out to evoke this, bounce something we feel is problematic. Everybody else gets counters. Draw 4 again. But we're out of floating mana. This seems, if I was gonna define this deck in one word, it seems gratuitous. I think the mutate interaction is very very cute. We're less than halfway through our deck. Like we shaped our hand however we want. But if this is... I mean, I guess you do have a beatdown plan. I will say I don't like the Thassa's Oracle plan. I think if this works at all, it is much more reasonable to just kill everybody with my fucking... I have a million... And one thing... Yeah, I have a million guys who hit for $1 billion. So I think what's unsettling to me is the idea that we would spend this entire turn doing the clone thing rather than... Because, like, we can do it and touch cards, and there are just people who are staring at us like... Like, this is the deck that has had lethal... That has lethal, and rather than using up their lethal... is just hanging out. But it does work. It's turn 7 and like it's happening. We have fucking 50 mana to float into this clone bullshit. Sorry, we don't play that, but we play that clone. Draw 4. Draw 5. Draw 6. Draw 7. Untap everything. Continue going. So like it works. But I cannot shake the feeling that a fairy's lips are wrapped around my donger as it's working. The Glove, thank you for the Prime sub for the 7th month in a row. Good to see you again too. I hope you are well, my friend. And Mr. Ninja 1234, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home. My brain is splitting in half. I am developing my Alar, trying to decide if I like this or not. Because I haven't seen this before. Which is not a meaningless, it's not a meaningless thing. People like novelty. And in Commander, it's oftentimes difficult to achieve novelty. And like the thing that I don't like, the part that displeases me is the end point of the deck is Bant, let me untap, I kill you. It is Bant, touch yourself. If I untap, you die. I'm inclined to agree with the idea that it's like, oh fuck, we have intruder alarm. We kill everybody right now, right? Like, I just played this shit AFK. I mutate this, but we untap it. It's a 5/5. I draw a thing. I play this. I untap it. It's a 6/6. I draw a thing. I play this. I untap it. It's a 7/7. I draw 2 things. Chakram Retriever. Same soup, different fucking bowl. So maybe that's what I don't like about it is Me find me find intruder alarm is infinitely better than the rest of it. I don't know if it's so bad as to be to the point of like a slivers deck where slivers just totally takes over, but it does seem like the fact that you're not tutoring for Chakram Retriever is the deck like it is insisting upon itself to explain the cool mutate interaction rather than continuing to ball out on the mutate interaction, because untap Helga, the clones are 90% stalling for time, so the deck does something while tutoring for the special K cards. Yeah, see, that's what I don't oh, I'm so torn. My heart's in so many places because it is just like cute interaction, cute interaction, cute interaction, pseudo infinite. Which I'm not as huge on, because intruder alarm, then you become every other Helga deck. Like all of the parts of this deck that are special, I think get swallowed up once it becomes I play intruder alarm, because it just becomes every spell draws me 5 cards and untaps. You know, it's 55 card draw triggers, 55 mana dork triggers, 55 not mutate triggers, but ETB triggers. But if we don't have this, then is the deck too bad is the question. Because we don't want to just like, we don't want to cripple the deck in the name of being cool. Because that doesn't work either. So now everything has haste. Turn 4. Spark double. We don't have a viable mutate target yet. This is only at 1. Exotic Orchard. Draw 2. Getting the mutate target probably doesn't matter at this point. Oh, Spark Double does power itself up. That does matter, actually, because now we can waste these 2 on Timeless Witness, which doesn't have anything to get back, but who cares? We draw 3 cards. We do X equals 0, draw 3 cards. And now it's like, now that all these pieces are in place, does it still get crazy? So this mutates. We have everything at 4, and then we begin the hasted copy train until everyone is dead. God, I think it almost works good enough that I'm on the edge of recommending that you cut intruder alarm. It really depends on which side of spooky you want the deck to be on, because the mutate version of this deck shows off a ton of really cute interactions, and I actually think can still get there, because worst case scenario, you are building a wide board of 3/3s with a lot of value. And the intruder alarm is just like, okay, every Bant combo deck. Like, let me see how high. Let me see how deep in the sauce we're diving when we put intruder alarm in. Jesus, only half of the decks have Chakram? Only 30%, but it is the second most common. The question is, would you key my car for bringing it with intruder alarm versus without intruder alarm? I think if you were good at resolving your triggers, the version without intruder alarm, I'm still paying attention. With intruder alarm, I'm not going to be so rude as to take my phone out, but if you resolve intruder alarm in this deck, 100% I have zoned out and I am answering emails in my head. Because when you don't have intruder alarm, it actually still seems kind of likely that you fuck up. Like, it's likely enough that the deck fucks up to still be interesting and worth engaging with. If you have intruder alarm out, it feels very like perfunctory to just bring the deck to endgame. And so I'd say it's the intruder alarm version isn't even broken, but if you stuck intruder alarm, my eyes are glazing over and I'm just like, okay, tell me when you win. If you don't get intruder alarm, then it's like actual we're playing the game against you type of stuff, because like removal matters, getting rid of your haste enablers matter. There are a ton of meaningful failure points, and you have so many clones that even if the Helga game plan isn't happening, like you said, you can buy time by cloning other good creatures on the battlefield. So like the clones part, I think I'm in love with. I think the intruder alarm is, I sleep. Although Surik and Goreclaw, yes, very good. So I would almost like, I think Chakram Retriever and Intruder Alarm can go in like a special case that you keep strapped to your thigh when you need the deck to be better. But I think everybody has different tastes. Like some people will dislike the deck because it's not deterministic enough. Based on the playtesting I have seen, I think the magical Christmas land you need to get to is reliable enough that I will let you dream about it. I think other people who have brought in like Rube Goldberg machine decks, it is like so up its own ass to get to the combo situation that you can't trust it. This one, like, you kind of get there. This one you do get there. You get there often enough that I'm not going to be like mad at you for that being the premise of the deck. I think Intruder Alarm pushes it to be any of the games you get Intruder Alarm, that's like this deck's version of Rhystic Study is Intruder Alarm. Once you get that, it's just like, holy shit, this guy won. Everyone passed priority, conceded instant speed, whatever. Even though it is like perfect card for the deck. It's kind of Snail made a video about this. The motherfucker. This is actually the exact same situation that Salubrious Snail was in with the Monument to Endurance thing. When he talked about this, it was like, great card for your deck, but it takes over the deck because it's so much better than the cute interaction. For you, the cute interaction is the mutate shit, but Intruder Alarm is so much better than the mutate shit that you just want Intruder Alarm every single fucking time, and nobody's listening to the like fucking PhD thesis defense you're giving about how cool these like 1/1 counter or +1/+1 interactions are with fucking King Caesar, because they're just like, yeah, whatever, you have Intruder Alarm, just win the game, please. Yeah, cut Intruder Alarm, cut Chakram Retriever, stunt on him. So I do, these are just too good for what the rest of the deck is doing. But I'm going to give you Tuned. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. But the Intruder Alarm angle, is making me eepy. And I think if you remove the Intruder Alarm angle, it works just good enough that it's still like, play this. Also, Ranger Dunamas and Buddha Bear 42, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse. Shadow, I think we're playing telephone. Siren was just talking about the difference, like why you can't use Doppelgang. Meanwhile, Intruder Alarm is fucking awesome with Kumena. Spellbreaker, thank you for catching this honorary end of stream ban. We're going to find someone to raid. We will be here tomorrow at the same time, or possibly earlier, or possibly a little bit later, doing more deck reviews and maybe some viewer brawl games. So we're going to go into Elk's stream. The raid command is !Voltron, the indestructible Justin rant. The Aztec, oh, thank you for the 20-bit cheer, my friend. How does one get in on these deck reviews? There's two ways. You can either purchase a commission off of Ko-Fi. They're currently sold out. Or you can wait for a free deck roasting raffle that's going to happen later in the month. You can buy a raffle ticket with channel points that you earn for free on Twitch by watching the stream. And we will be selecting decks live, or pay me $500 right now, and we won't stop the stream, and we will review your deck live. We're going to go raid Elk. Ranger Dunamas, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for watching, for subscribing, for all of the support, and for keeping up with the crash outs. Stay toxic, everybody, and I hope you've had a lovely weekend.